Love me.
It's a new year, which means new events.
Love me.
Right. I mean, since we keep seeing big shows get canceled and less love on the oval side, you wonder if the space is losing some magic.
Love me.
The clock is ticking and no word has been made on a new e-ticket event. Jared has a kid. John's at some racetrack every week calling races. And it rings the question, will we see the Florida 500 in 2026?
And it's just that time of the year. It's that time where things get exciting, things get bold, the aggression fills up there on the esports side, and we may be just a week early because of some things that have changed but the challenges, the fun, the excitement awaits at Daytona International Speedway ahead of the 34th e-ticket event. To the ones watching back at home, hello and welcome to the 2026 Florida 500. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lumberg. Jarrett, we had a battle snow. We had a battle drivers coming in. Some of them having to leave because of snow. Power outages. Can you believe that we've now gone to Friday?
It's hard to believe a little bit because I'm just thinking of how it was this time last week and talking about a historic ice storm going on. How we didn't know if we'd have power. Then snow today coming through the area. There's thousands of people lost power. Luckily, we're still on, as you can see. But everything leading to this event has been different, maybe more challenging than years past, but it's still the same event that we've seen in years past that's been oh so good.
And that's what we're really excited about, right? What do we not know heading in? I think we talk about that at Daytona all the time. I don't like the term wild card. I like the term what to expect and how can you expect the unexpected, right? But we do know some things, right? 2.5-mile racetrack located just outside of Central Florida in Daytona Beach. 18 degrees of banking in the trial oval, 31 degrees in the corners. And for 200 laps, 500 miles, 40 drivers will be put to the test, $400 worth of a prize pool, and we get to sit back and watch commercial-free action all the way through. The biggest catalyst is the lack of center night. Coming from December into January, a lot of these drivers, they only race center night in America, really race the e-tickets. Are they going to be caught off guard in the first 10 or so laps?
They might. We've seen this in years past where, we always hype up, like, what if we have a long green run? And we've had those in the past, but as of late, I'd say the last year and a half, what we've had are usually early cautions in the first 10 laps, sometimes around lap 4 to 7, generally, where just maybe somebody blinks, maybe somebody makes a mistake, maybe somebody gets a little jittery, and you see 2 or 3 cars go around, and it kind of gets a reality set in for everybody. They're like, all right, like we're gonna have to tone it back, reel it back in for a little bit. But what you said earlier about wild card, not really liking that, because we do know sort of what to expect. There's patterns that we've seen from this event, from other e-ticket events. So we can kind of see what's coming in the sense of maybe how they're going to race and how they're going to approach the race. How, for instance, they're going to run to the finish or maybe not. Some things that might be different some years. Some years they're photo finishes, some years not. We kind of have a little bit of an idea with that.
And I think that's what's interesting, right? Because when you look at the NWP 400, Jarrett, you mentioned it just about an hour ago. Wow, almost every event, it comes down to kind of like a late race caution. But if you lead at the white in the NWP 400, you're most likely going to win the race.
Yes.
Here, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, I'll list off these names. Braden Maverick, Daniel Buttafuoco, Timothy Moore, Drew Jua, Adam Garza, all led at the white flag of this race. Only Braden Movick, one of those 5 that led at the white flag. Of those 5, though, 4 of them were green-white checker finishes with 20 or more cars in the pack. And then you have last year that was sort of an anomaly. A 40-lap green flag run, whittling the field away as it went. And with that as well, though, we did have an underdog finish. I mean, the winner of this race, in order of years, was first the first year, then 10th, 4th, 2nd, 7th. If you're in the top 10, if you're in that main pack and really going up and competing for the lead in this race at the finish, you have a shot to win this race.
And that's the big thing, just putting yourself in position. And for a lot of these guys, just the idea of being in the position is so important. How about the first-time e-ticket drivers in this event? We talked about the unknown and uncertainty of the lack of Henner nights to practice. For Michael Tucker, now taking over the 20. That was originally with James Bomar. David Johnson, he ran in the duels multiple times, but never a main event. He's here for the 49. And then Connor Murphy in the 56. Those drivers are going to be at the top of the sim racing world, center stage, for the first time with lack of practice minus speed weeks. I think they're going to be a little bit jittery come the green flag.
Maybe jittery, but also they're going to be the ones that have to learn how certain guys might race in these situations in this event. A lot of them, might have raced together before, but this is a different event. It has such a different feel. There's an intensity with the Florida 500 from the very beginning on. There might be a lull, there might be a long green flag run, maybe even some green flag pit stops as we've seen in the past here. But again, by the time they get to that last third of the race or so, it's on. It is no one really helping each other out except to get themselves forward, and that's about it.
And the big news is, well, you can kind of expect the same thing as the last couple of e-tickets here at Daytona. 40 laps, that's the max you can go there on fuel. It's easy to watch for because when we get to about 100 laps to go, we're going to show what the countdown is. You look at the drivers, well, you're not going to be taking too much on the tire side, but how this aero package plays is very reminiscent to how it played at Talladega. Not Daytona last year, more on the Talladega side. I think we're going to be in for a big show, but I want to go ahead and highlight the possible forecast. How about this one? Braden Movick possibly becoming a 4-time e-ticket champion. If he does, he ties Daniel Mosteller. Daniel Mosteller, the possibility of the Drive for 5. It's alive in Daytona Beach. Can he do it on this Friday night?
He very well can. He won this event in 2024. He won, I believe, if I'm remembering right, on a photo finish right to the line. So we could see that. And the thing is that we could see anyone pass anyone. Last year, we had 106 lead changes in 200 laps. Wow. With a long 40-lap run to the finish. They were still jockeying for the lead. They were still going back and forth up front. So he very well could. But the thing is, I think at least 25 to 30 others could realistically move their way up into that position as well.
Let's go ahead and highlight some drivers. So we're just going to pick the drivers that we kind of want to hone in on. Not our picks, but just keep an eye on. I like the idea of Jeff Acevedo here because what happened recently was we lost a driver just because of power outages and couldn't race this event. It was Acevedo and Kyler Wynn, and we were like, okay, we can get in contact with both of them. Whichever one joins the Discord call, this is in the Mosh Pit in the Discord, you can join, link in the description. We said if you guys join, first one to join gets the ride. We don't care which one, it's already paid for, go for it. Guess what happens? They both join at the exact same time. Okay, what's next? Well, I guess we have to go on a coin flip, best out of 3. First one, coin flip, was won by Kyler Wynn. Last 2, won by Jeff Acevedo. If Acevedo wins tonight, it's off of a coin flip, and he's well-liked now in the NR side. If he can get it done, just the sheer timing at Daytona could match the sheer timing outside of the race seat. Could he get it done? I think he can.
I think he can too, but there's a few people I'm looking at that are currently practicing, and I'm seeing how they're kind of stacking up, but I think of how they were in the past. There's 2 drivers that are kind of sticking out to me right now. Jacob Wilkerson might not be in every event, but in these super speedways, he's always up front. That 43 is always up there, jockeying for the lead. I could totally see him winning this race tonight. He sometimes has bad luck or something happens that kind of gets in his way to a win. But I want to see if he can break through. And the other one is Van Drugman. He was the breakout star of e-ticket events last year. Won his first 2, was pretty much in contention every time he went out there. Does he win at the biggest stage of NR? I think he can.
It's funny because he found himself on that that cloud 9 high that most drivers have when they go back-to-back, right? Van won Le Mans, Van won Southern. We're all going to Talladega like, hey, Van, this is going to be it. Can you do it? Nope, wreck. And that's my worry is, can he get the super speedways down pat? Grassroots Raider out of Clarksville, Tennessee. How do you master the super speedways to get that third crown jewel? Well, only time will tell. So, Jared, let's start with the best part of this whole stream, because you know the chat's going to get into it. We want you to play around. Fast 5. Pick your underdog pick. Who do you think is going to finish 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and win the 34th e-ticket event, the Florida 500? We start with you as always.
Well, you know, I was looking because we keep track of how people do during the year, and one person that seems to maybe not always get the greatest finishes, but always seems to try and keep it clean, be up around the top 10 or so. I like Chase Crawl. I like seeing what that 88 can do this week, this year. I look to him to take more of a step in these e-ticket events this year because he seems to have the speed at different times. Now it's about capitalizing on it.
Chase Crawl, really interesting pick here. He does a great job with the community. I mean, paints most of the paint schemes as well. His father, Charlie Crawl, calls all of the ARCA East and ARCA West races. I like it, but I also love your thinking of what about drivers that have yet to get an e-ticket win, but the ones that have been noticeably up front when it matters the most? That's where I come in with Nate Dew. It could be the last lap. It could be an LCQ. He could be dead last with about 10 laps to go. You give him a yellow when it matters the most, and the Dew crew is going to fly to the front. I expect him to be just as quick here later in the race.
Well, I mean, and he's shined a lot in the NWP 400, won both of the last 2 LCQ races back-to-back years. So when the pressure is on, he's proven that he can deliver on that. So I like that thinking as well. When we go to the Fast 4, you got to think of who's been up front in years past, who's led laps, not just super speedways, but like I said, this race is different. This race is 100 miles longer than the NWP 400. This track is a little shorter than Talladega for Alabama. There's just such a difference in feel with this race. But you always got to go with the reliable. Daniel Mosteller, he's going to be up front. He's going to be competing as long as somebody doesn't take him out. I mean, hell, someone took him out last year. He spun, saved it, and kept going. So he is always a threat until it says out on the scoreboard.
I love that pick, but there's one thing that he's going to have a miss on tonight, and it's actually because his Discord account got hacked. That's the only reason he's not on my list. So how is he going to communicate with the allies for 500 miles? That could be a big role if he's looking for the drive for 5.
John, he is the greatest driver in NR Night history, in e-ticket history. We talked about he's going for 5. I mean, a year ago we were talking about guys maybe one day they could break through to 3. And he has done that and excelled past that. So you can't count him out.
And this is where I fall into the drivers that they show up, they show out. They're going to be at the front of the field when it matters the most. They're going to be at the front of the field when you're looking to go to the bathroom. That's where Malik Ray comes in. I love this pick. I wanted it earlier, but there's one thing Ray's going to lack, and that's allies when it matters the most. Watch Florida last year. Watch Talladega last year. He races in a way that pisses off everyone. And I'm going to say it exactly like that. You know why? Because he's good, and he is not going to let someone get his way. That's a great mindset, but if you get stuck 3 wide middle, it can also get him in a bad predicament. I think Ray's going to be fast. I think he's just going to miss his first e-ticket shot.
He might miss, but I mean, he's been pretty darn good at keeping it up towards the front in these races, and that has been proven. Like I said before, top 10 on the last lap. You got to be up there, and he is a master of keeping himself up in contention in these races.
That's right. He did win the NWP 400.
He did.
So we'll
blink and you miss, if you will. But for my next one, this guy has been so close. He's been so good as well at these super speedways. Heck, in practice we were watching, he was trying to keep himself blocking and leading the pack. He knows he's going to be up there. He's got a bright car that everyone is going to be able to see from far away. Give me the 2 crew. Gavin Austin, I think, has a great shot at winning this race.
Nerdy nerds, gotta love it. And that Chevrolet is going to be quick. At 17th right now, and it was funny because I made the joke. I said, Gavin, I can't wait to watch your wreck on lap 50. This is before Alabama 500, then he finished just second.
Yeah, he was that close to winning.
He was that close, and I'm going to be honest, RGR, they've been getting better and better as time goes on, so I'm going to stick with an RGR driver on this pick. and I'm also going to match the same as yours. Give me Gavin Austin at number 3. This is now a safe pick. The way he has matured as a driver, the way he has matured on the super speedway side is something to watch. You can expect him there at the end as long as he doesn't get caught up in his own mess like we've seen before.
But I think drivers seek him out to race with him, to draft with him. That is key to showing how much he has improved. But John, we talked about the great minds think alike on that one. I think we also think alike with my number 2 pick, Malik Ray, as well. He is more than likely going to be the one or one of the guys to lead the most laps in this race. He has that Dale Jr. approach of we need to lead every lap, stay up towards the front. It's the Earnhardt approach to these kind of races, whereas others might play it safe and then move their way up later, like the Jeff Gordon approach, the Tony Stewart approach at times. Not Malik Ray. He's going to try and lead every single lap of this race, and because of that, he is going to be competing for the win of this race. Mark my words.
I love it. I love it. But there's something that you have to look at, and it's the ones that have been talked about in this event before, the bridesmaid. How many drivers have finished second in the Florida 500? Well, if you count the ones when we call it the Daytona 500, you're looking at 5 bridesmaids. You're looking at the fact that we're heading into 2026, and someone that has finished second before does not want to finish second again. He's been a little bit of a low-cal recently since that big high. He's been really talkative in the Discord, but I think talk could turn into speed this afternoon. Give me Drew Jewell in that 38 car. We know that iconic finish, the side-by-side between him and Mose. Can it happen again? Can this time Drew get his Starbucks Ford Mustang out in front? I think it's possible. Give me number 2.
And I think that's a great pick as well, just because he's another one that can lead a ton of laps. And he is, like, it's not just, the bridesmaid. He's the bridesmaid. He's the one who lost in the closest finish this race has ever had. So I could see him, again, drafting with the best up there. I think he's going to. I think the best drafters, maybe early to the middle part of this race, are going to draft together. He's going to be one of them.
It'll be fun to see, and this is the best part. Jarrett, who's going to win?
The thing is there's so many, like I said, that I really like, and I'm looking down the leaderboard of practice right now thinking, that's a good pick. Oh, he might be a really good one. Oh, I would be a genius if I picked that guy. They don't see it, but I do. But I go with somebody who was leading in this race, who's led in a ton of these super speedways towards the end. Can't get it, really just can't get it. Just can't get it. Whether it's this race, whether it's Chicagoland, whether it's this race last year, whatever it might be, Adam Garza. I think he is somebody that people are not really looking at as much as they should. I think they respect him, know what he can do, but man, I think that he could really turn some heads tonight.
If he gets it done, it'll be one of those stories of was not supposed to be in this event. Adam Garza missed signups. He wanted to race, couldn't race. Max Steinmeier, due to weather issues, which a lot of drivers had to jump out of the way for. Heck, if we wanted the duels on Tuesday, we wouldn't have been able to do them because we had the power out. He had to go. He could not race. So who fills the seat? Adam Garza. So no number 8 this afternoon and evening.
I'm looking last year, man. And Malik Ray led 40 laps. We talked about him being someone who's going to lead a lot of laps. Right behind him, 36 laps led, Adam Garza.
Wow. Okay, you know what? We're going to talk about this. Who knows e-ticket trivia? I love talking about this in Enter Night in America. Who has won an e-ticket event but has had the longest dry spell since winning it? I know the hardcore fans now already know my pick, but here's why I'm picking this guy. 1, ever since he came back in the scene with a brand new team, he has been on it. He was with that team. They stopped the sim racing side. They got back on it and have been on it since. Fireball, Ford, Mustang. Did I get it away already? Frank the Tank Horley is my pick. If he could stay with Carlos Struther, Nate Dew, like what we saw in NWP 400, they're going to be bullet fast. And bullet fast is going to be an understatement. I'm telling you, that 22 has been very quiet, and usually when Frank talks a lot, the speed comes down. When he doesn't talk at all, the speed is high. I'm expecting Horley to end the dry spell with the 34th e-ticket event.
And last year, finished 4th position in this race, right up in that scrum as well. Led a couple of laps, has shown out in these super speedway races even more. So I think that's a great pick. And it's like I said, there's so many picks. I hate being only able to pick 5.
I know.
Because there's so many of these guys that are like, why didn't you pick me? And I'm like, I know, I should have. And that might be one that at the end of this race, I'm like, man, I should have picked him.
And here's the update for the ones that are wondering. He won the first ever e-ticket event. That was back in June of 2021, winless since, and he's been hungering, going at it for that win. It's going to be fun to see, but he's got to pick the drivers like Van Drugman. How about Hector Collazo, Braden Movick? We haven't talked about them, and for the first time, I think, in a long time, Movick's not on both of our lists.
Yeah. Be a fun night, that's for sure. But I mean, talking about Frank, I mean, it's almost been 5 years. See, like our Martin Truex Jr., that it's like it's going to be a slow burn, and then he's just going to rip off a bunch of them.
We're going to have to see.
Could be a floodgates open kind of deal.
It really could, and that's what we're excited for. So here's the thing. Countdown, rapid fire, 4 minutes. Jared's going to get a driver. I'm going to get a driver. Let's go interview your drivers that you want to hear. If you're in the live chat right now, spam their number, say their name. We're going to talk to them as much as we can. I'm going to go ahead and rattle off the first one here.
Don't steal mine. Don't steal mine.
Steal yours? All right, fine. I'm going to go Braden Muffin.
That was mine.
Okay,
you stole it.
No, not stealing it. Now, fine. You know what? I want West Texas. I want Riker Byram. And I feel like I talk to Riker all the time, but there's a big reason for it. Give me Riker Byram here just for a moment. Riker, John Ramos, you got a copy. Riker, John Ramos, you got a copy.
Yep, I got you, brother.
All right, man. Hey, listen, rapid fire, a couple questions, and we're going to hand you off. What do you think about tonight's event?
I think it's going to be fun. A lot of fun competition here. I'm pretty excited. It's going to be fast.
Fast indeed. What have you already seen so far in practice?
Lot of aggression. It's going to be a lot of people just trying to get up to the front the whole time, I think.
All right, gonna be fun to see. What I'm gonna say to these viewers back at home. The chat is erupting right now.
Hope you guys are ready to watch the show because it's going to be chaos.
All right, Riker Byram gonna go ahead and drop away. Jared, who do you want?
Oh, come on, give me my fellow Vikings fan.
Let's see him.
Hey, Braden, can you hear me? Braden Movick, can you hear me in the booth? No? Hello?
No, I don't think so.
I saw him in the chat.
We did see him in the chat. Hold on, let's try that one more time. Let's go over here. One more time.
Braden Movick, this is Iceberg in the chat, in the booth, not the chat. Can you hear me?
No. Whoa. Okay. Do we go ahead and pick someone else quick? Because we're on the clock. 2 minutes left.
Pick whoever's popped up on there. Go for it.
Let's see. You know what? Let's go ahead. I started seeing a lot of 33 there in the chat. Can we see? How about no. Former Florida 500 winner.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's try it. Come on, Kai. We know Kai's got a shot.
Hey, Kai Collymore, it's Jarrett in the booth. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. You won this race last year. I looked at it, 7th at the white flag and ended up winning this thing. Can you do it again?
That's the plan. We're just going to do what we did last year, play it how it goes, and hopefully we're first at that checkered flag.
Anybody in particular you're drafting with?
Right now, plan is Finnegan Myers, Clean Air Man himself, as many know him. Maybe a little bit of Jason Hall, and then honestly, anyone I can grab because, it's anyone's race, and it's a war zone out there. So we're just gonna, whoever's bumper I touch and whoever's bumper touches me, we're just gonna go with it.
Sounds like it's gonna be a blast. Good luck, man. I'll maybe talk to you after the race.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. I'm seeing a lot of buys, but I want Frank Corley. I'm seeing a lot of 22s in there as well. Going off with the live chat thing, spam the number of the driver you want to talk to. Horley, John Ramos, they want to chat with you, and I want to chat with you. 1 minute remaining before we go qualifying. Are you excited?
Yeah, man. Been waiting for this one. I really want to win it. I saw you picked me. Hopefully I won't let you down.
I hope you don't let me down.
I think back to the NWP 400 last year, where I led the most laps and helped my teammates at the end instead of putting myself first. And the Florida 500 last year, I was really close to. Expect me to be at the front a lot this race. I'm going to do like the Malik Gray, Drew Dua style thing. Going to try to lead laps. That's what I did last year, and I ended up leading the most laps and was there at the end. So, going to qualify here, hopefully qualify near the front, and stay up there and win this thing.
All righty, good luck.
Thank you, man.
Jarrett, what do you want?
I might have to say we just go to qualifying because I think we're less than 10 seconds away
We got
from.
one more shot for Jackson Buys. That was
Let's go
the most
for it.
requested. One question and go.
Jackson Buys, it's Jarrett in the booth. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, the chat is on your side tonight. What do you got to say for him? What kind of speed you got?
I think I've got a good amount of speed, and I'm glad to have some fans behind me.
Some fans, you got the whole chat from the looks of it, man. They were spamming 33.
I see 3 people spamming it, but it's
man.
nice to have a few people.
Well, maybe prove a bunch of the other ones wrong. Good luck tonight, man.
Thank you, Jarrett.
And that is going to be Jackson Buys. All right, we got to our drivers, Jarrett. This is the time of the night where we get to go ahead and watch qualifying. It's going to be a little bit different from some that have maybe not watched qualifying before, but something to keep in mind, the cheese. A lot of these drivers are going to be going slow at first. New overlays. We want to know what you guys think of it, really fitting the theme of that old retro 80s South Florida kind of look to it. We've had the Sunshine State logo be a part of most of the Florida 500. We're ready to rock and roll now with just 4 minutes remaining for a couple laps.
Well, and it's different from years past, too. There's no duels this time, so a lot of pressure on these 1-2 laps so to get yourself up towards the front, because while you can move wherever you really want to in these super speedways, it'd probably be better to stay up towards the front.
Yeah, and I would say so too, right? Staying up towards the front, keeping up with everyone. You don't want to go ahead and put yourself in a bad position. And at the end of the day, right now you see it. Slow moving, and drivers like, oh, are we allowed to cheese? Are we not allowed to cheese? I'm like, I don't want to police it. It's 5 minutes.
Well, we can address some, one of the things we talked about in the drivers' meeting today while we're seeing them kind of get up to speed. And one of those things was your internet speed. If we see blinking, it's going to be a lot more strict tonight. We are not going to just wait 3 or 4 times for someone to blink to tell them, hey, get out of the pack. It's going to be that moment. Basically, 2-strike policy. The admins are going to be really tough on it. And we'll see you guys in the chat if you notice as well. But it's going to be a bit of a landmine field a little bit when it comes to this. It's going to be you got to be perfect on the internet, perfect at strategy, perfect at speed. Like, everything's got to be perfect. And that's what makes it really fun.
It does. It's going to make it a heck of a blast, and we're really kind of locked in for it as well. Hector Collazo up to 31 degrees of banking, inches off the outside retaining wall, but Jason Hall, Gavin Austin, first 2 drivers to set down a time. In about a minute or so, they'll really start filing in top of the board. And you look for Riker Byram this week, the Silver Bullet Course.
He's right up towards the top right now. I guess I know it doesn't do a dang thing for speed, but that 95 is beautiful. That is a great paint scheme for Collazo. We'll see what kind of lap he puts up. We're getting more on the board. Byram, though, currently keeping the top spot, is over 10 now, have put up time.
Kenny Reel is there as well, gets his number 11 up and out of the back half of the ticker. Michael Tucker, I want to keep an eye on him. I think he's going to be fun to watch. The new Tide 20 has worked its way off turn number 2. Davis Lewis returns now in the 1, with Abraham Vila moving to the number 24 in 2026.
I swear I've seen this one scheme all over X, all over Instagram. I've been tagged. I've seen it all over the place. It's been great seeing that really good looking scheme. Hall, yeah, top of the board. New bigging, tying, and we're going to start seeing guys really setting these fast laps now with less than 2 minutes remaining.
Shuffling and rotating. How about David Johnson, longtime driver at NR Night in America, making his first e-ticket start. He has been a huge promoter of this event over there on X and Instagram. I'm excited to see if he can go ahead and go 1 for 1.
He's put on a master class of how to promote, but also a great scheme as well. That orange and black Bic car is going to pop. That is for sure. You can see how fast it already is looking. Up towards the front, Wilkerson up to 4th, Myers and Shaver up in top 10. There's Vila and Horley top of the board. The 22, now Mosteller goes top of the board. He won the pole in this race last year.
I think it's fun to go ahead and look at old school and new school, and old school is going to reign here with Kevin Champagne. No, that paint scheme has not changed at all. We're so grateful for it. Even when it was on the old Mustang when it first came out with the next gen, can Kevin Champagne get it done? Yeah, we're
totally. Oh yeah,
he can. To find out.
William Schmidt now top of the board with Gregory as well. That is the front row. We see New Bigging running 9th after his lap. Dean Brummett He is up into the 4th spot, always a threat at super speedways.
Adam Garza, Jackson Buys. David Johnson, no time yet. Jeff Perchatsky, he's sitting on pit road. Same with Drew Jua. So all 40 drivers have joined us, and all 40 drivers are ready to go. As of this moment, the underdog is on projected pole with 24 seconds remaining.
Hey, you got Malik Ray up in the 6th spot. His strategy has always been right up at the front, lead as many laps. He's not going to have to go far if this holds true with less than 15 seconds remaining.
You know, last time Dean Brummett qualified 4th, I think he won the e-ticket event. I could be wrong, but I know he was in the top 4.
He was in the fast 4
when
for
he
that
got
one.
it done. So keep an eye on Dean, Horley in 5th, Malik Ray in 6th, not shocked. Jacob Malone, final one to qualify, and he will go P. Yes, all the way up to the 18th position.
18th spot at the start, but last year he ended up finishing, if I'm not mistaken, in the 2nd position in this race. So another threat to do pretty darn well.
3 pace laps, keep that in mind. So they're going to go ahead and warm those tires up, get used to the parade laps, sit back, relax, and you're going to enjoy flag to flag coverage of the 2026 Florida 500. We have bonuses on top of the prize pool. The winner of today's event gets $200. Second place gets $125, with third getting $75. Top 3 payouts, and then there's the bonuses that are attributed to this event. We want to thank HVTV for helping with the overlays of this event, but if it wasn't for Sanders Racing Designs, there would not be a fastest lap bonus. Sanders Racing Designs, you can go ahead and check them out by looking up Lane Sanders on Trading Paints to look your best, whether it's C-Fix, A-Fix, B-Fix, any league race coming up. The $10 bonus will be attributed to the driver that sets the quickest time. Brought to you in part by Sanders Racing Designs. Because of that, we'll get ready to rock and roll. The virtual crowd is up and out. Michael Gregory knows a way or two around the super speedways. He won the 2005 Daytona 500 before it was rebranded back to the Florida 500. He sits outside front row. The Toyotas will be leading us to green.
Yeah, and he was also the furthest back when it comes to any of these races as well on the white flag lap. 10th at the white flag in the race that he ended up winning. So he has proven that he can avoid the carnage, keep his way all the way to the front, but also keep himself out of trouble when it comes to the last lap when it matters most.
It's going to be awesome to see as these drivers now fill in 2 by 2. Crowd starting to form in as well. Grateful for everyone that's tuning in for the 200 laps, 500 miles. If this is your first time watching an Enter Night in America e-ticket event, I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lumberg. No stages in tonight's event. Only reason you should see a caution is if there's an incident on track warranting it. We're going to be ending around that late shadow golden hour, so keep an eye for the changing temperatures and the speeds to quicken.
Well, we talked about it in the pre-race show a little bit as they get rolling, that last year was a 40-lap full fuel run to the finish. It was green. He whittled away a 30-something car pack down to 10 on the last lap. But that is not the norm. The norm is carnage towards the end. The norm is a green-white checker finish with 20-plus cars going for the win. So do we go back to the previous norm? Or if we started a new one, I think that's going to be a really good question to look at as this race progresses.
Let's go ahead and see the starting lineup for the 2026 Florida 500. William Schmidt, Michael Gregory, Toyotas leading us to green.
And Jack and Coke on the second row, Daniel Mosteller and Dean Brummett.
Row number 3, hey, bring it on. Frank Horley and Malik Ray, they got the Fords at hand.
And row 4, Jackson Buys and Adam Garza, 2 guys that look to be threats to win this race.
Row number 5, Jason Hall joins us with Douglas Newbigging. Newbigging looking to get back to his USA 500 ways of running up front.
Abraham Vila on the 24 this week, as well as Christian Delgado on the 13. They make up row 6.
Row 7, bring him on in. You got Jeff Acevedo, who'll be rolling in for Zachary Trull because of weather. Riker Byron will be stuck to the outside wing.
In row 8, you have Kevin Champagne. What is old is new again, as well as Jacob Wilkerson in a bit of a new 43 car.
Indeed, that bright 43. Lane Sanders joins Jacob Malone in row number 9. You look for Lane Sanders in 2026.
And in row 10, Derek Shaver in that number 30 machine. And there is the Dew crew, Nathan Dew in the 21, starting 20th.
And that will be row number 10. Row number 11, Finnegan Myers joins the fray. He'll be stuck alongside Dominic Barbagallo, a paint scheme based off an old B-25 from World War II.
I like it. In row 12, we have Acuna and David Johnson in that big machine.
Row 13, bring it on in. Davis Lewis joins the fray. He's alongside the defending winner of this event in Kai Collymore.
Row 14, we have Michael Tucker. We talked about him in that Tide ride. And Chase Kroll, my underdog pick.
Row 15, Carlos Truther loves that 54. Big Ty Gibbs fan, but he's going to have to stop the van of Van Drugman, who's on the outside of that row.
Just outside the top 30, row number 16, Kenny Reel in the Bass Pro 11 alongside Bryce Benton, who's shown out in recent events.
Gavin Austin's got a long way forward, but a lot of time to do so. He starts in row 17 alongside Connor Murphy, who was quick time most of final practice.
Row number 18, Everett Couts. He is making a start from the back. Xander McKinney in the Canes car in 36th.
And then we got in row 19, Hector Collazo will be stuck alongside that of Braden Mubbick. And we're hearing that Trading Paints may have had an issue here for the drivers in row 20.
Well, row 20, Jeff Perchatsky, Drew Chua, they will be shotgun on the field. Long race, long way to go.
And there is Jeff Perchatsky. This will be parade lap number 2 as they come alongside. I love this duo up front, the Toyotas. Going to be so fun to watch as they attempt to go ahead and race for an e-ticket that they haven't won in quite a while. Last time Toyota won an e-ticket, we got to go way back. It's been the Ford Chevrolet show on the sim side for quite some time.
Really has, but I mean, Toyota does have some pretty darn good bullets in the chamber when it comes to this race. And starting up front, I mean, we talked about it. There's always an early issue in this race. Lap 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, somewhere in there. Being up front's a good way to stay away from it.
Indeed. Packed virtual grandstand. We want to thank Xander McKinney, Christian Delgado, and so many others that have had this event be worked behind the scenes. Frank DeAngelis, Josh Kenny will be the admins of this event. Keep that in mind. We have no say over the cautions nor the penalties unless there's an L5 penalty to be displayed. The one to go will be displayed this time by as they'll rocket off turn number 4 with the packed crowd at hand for 500 miles. Welcome to the 2026 Florida 500. All right, that's that feeling that you get every single time, years and years, you still feel it. This is where things get fun, the one to go. Everyone's lined up. They waited weeks. They waited the winter. They had to battle through power outages and snowstorms to get down to Daytona Beach. And now we see who can get it done of the 40 drivers.
And I think early on, people needing to get to who they're going to draft with, really position themselves. I think that's going to be what's important early in this race. But I wouldn't be surprised if we have a group of drivers that are like, you know what, I'm just going to sit back for a little bit, let the carnage take place, and find out which is the right decision in half a lap.
And we'll get ready to see if they are going to go one more lap. Believe the lights should be coming off this time by as they line it up. Usually the admins go ahead and we go off the lights on the pace car. There was no lights on the pace car when we started. So looking to see if they can go ahead and one to go this thing. Schmidt, Gregory, Mosseller may have been just a slight little bug, so we might be doing one more lap extra. Nonetheless, we're ready to see how this thing all comes in. It should be the one to go this time by, but let's go to highlight some drivers that we didn't talk about before. Dean Brummett, what can he do? He's sitting there in 4th.
He's always a threat to win these races. I'm sorry, there's just no way that you got to count him out. He's been great in the Gen 6. He's been great in the Gen 4. He's been great in this car. No reason to think he's not going to be up racing for the lead in a lot of this race.
And we're going to do one more pace lap just in case. We originally had it at 3, so we're going to let you sit for a little bit.
Build that anticipation just a little bit more.
All right, one to go. It's because the admins automatically set 3. I put the lights off, so it may have messed with the coding just a little. Nonetheless, we're ready to see how this all goes down. I'm excited. I think the viewers are excited as well. I'm loving Michael Gregory up front. Loving Nathan Dewar. Show the top 20 for the first part of the race.
They're off. One to go. For sure, one to go this time.
Sure, with the one to go. And we're ready to see how this all piles in. Jarrett, kind of final thoughts as they head up the 31 degrees of banking.
Every year, man, we start off with this one, and there's all the build-up, all the anticipation, all the talk. But as soon as it goes green, it's time to shut up, get down to business, and I'm just excited. I'm just excited. I'm ready to go, man.
New numbers, new paint schemes, and this is the kickoff of Speed Weeks for so many viewers and drivers, right? The Florida 500, that build-up, that anticipation. Down in the live chat below, lock in who you think is going to win this one. We do want to say thank you to everyone that has super chatted up to this point. How about Eric W. gifting not just 5, but 6 gifted memberships at the conclusion of this event? If there are any super chats, including under caution, we will thank you and acknowledge your message. From now, whether you're watching on TV like nearly half of the broadcasting viewers did last year, your phone, your laptop, your iWatch, whatever it can be, strap it down, hold it down. It's going to get loud. It's going to be proud in the Daytona sunshine as we get ready to go racing onto the e-ticket side for the 34th e-ticket event.
It's crazy to think that on the last lap, 200 laps from now, they could be at this position of the racetrack, and the guy in 5th might be the winner. The guy leading might end up 30th. We don't know. Let's find out.
Let's do it. Let's send him off. Nothing like all-American horsepower at the world's center of racing to kick off the 2026 year. William Schmidt, 1 e-ticket win. It came from Homestead Miami Speedway, a track located in Florida. Michael Gregory won at Daytona with an e-ticket. Can he do it again? So, Toyotas will lead us down to green as we strap down that TV and light the fuse in the 2026 Florida 500. Mostly orderly into turns 1 and 2. Michael Gregory on the outside lane, help from Dean Brummett. William Schmidt inside seal with Daniel Mosteller.
Looking like Noah's Ark 2x2 all the way through the pack for the most part of this race early on. Nobody falling back, nobody breaking ahead. Schmidt gets that nose ahead. The Lego machine of Gregory, though, with a push from Dean Brummett, even down the super stretch to 3.
Kind of shocked that the outside lane got orderly after the exit of the trial, but it looked to be a miscue. Inside lane advantage up and into turns 3 and 4. William Schmidt, with help from Daniel Mosteller, has Malik Ray jolting to the inside.
Bottom line getting the push early on, but there goes Demos. He's going up to the front. Leading lap 1 will be William Schmidt.
Got it. Boom. See ya. And now Mosteller needs aid. He'll get it from Michael Gregory. Inside lane, Frank Horley pairs up with the Toyota. In the mirrors, Malik Ray. Jackson Bynes and company. 1 lap in the books. You saw what, maybe 498 miles to go. Some already expecting trouble. They single file back there with Braden Movick.
Bottom line is the one that's getting the advantage early. Now Frank Horley gets a nose out in front of the 87 with a push from Malik Ray. Down on the bottom as well with Byes and Hall. But that bottom line really getting unified.
This is what it looks like to lean the outside lane. Mosteller would like to get a shot with Schmidt. Won't get it. Schmidt will cover the outside lane. Mosteller the switchback, but it's still William Schmidt leading early on.
Would have been less than a 100th on the last lap. That is for Mosteller losing out. He is going to fall back a little bit now to Horley up top. Schmidt getting the push from Gregory, led both the first 2 laps.
New look for Christian Delgado, has Hardee's on his number 13 Chevrolet. We talked about Jacob Wilkerson, that bright neon Toyota Camry in the 43. Jacob Malone joins in. He's running Jumpman for this event. And inside lane to the left wing of the 45. Well, that does sit Abraham Vila now in the rebranded 24.
Well, and through this middle of the pack, you can see guys giving each other a lot of room early on. Well, up front, they are pushing hard on the back bumpers of these next-gen cars. Through the pack, though, nobody has fallen away. They might be single file, but they're all there.
And the first one actually shoved out of line right when he finished that sentence was the Nathan Dew Ford Mustang. He'll lose multiple spots, possibly with a bailout move, to ride in the back with some of his allies. Jarrett, you mentioned the nose of the machines, the pushing, the shoving. What we've realized in Speed Weeks is what these drivers are doing. They're flattening the nose of their car. We know the Chevrolets kind of have that point. Ford naturally has that kind of flattened end, but to the point the Camrys as well. At one point they definitely had that triangle nose, flattened a little bit. This is going to help the pushing efforts a little bit late, so don't be surprised if some of these drivers are doing that as a strategy.
And it might be what they're doing. But the one up front who is doing pretty well, Daniel Mosteller, comes around, leads this lap this time by Still 195 or so to go. Big move there from Gregory going up towards the top of the push from Horley. Now side by side again for the lead. Brummett cycled out.
And he's going to get jolted out of line. That allows Adam Garza through the middle. Allows the 13 machine to join in and Christian Delgado. Behind comes Riker Byram and Dean Brummett, the second one to bite the dust.
Well, and we're seeing early on, they're just keeping it 2 by 2, and that's really costing some guys who get shuffled out of line even for a moment. Up top, Horley with Malik Ray gets the lead. Push from Garza as well, looking up top. Nothing else. Top line with the advantage.
Well, it's always fun to watch Malik Ray go up against Team T. We know Ray and Carlos Truther may not have had the best history at times, but we're not shocked to see this 01 machine now take the lead of the 4 to 500 with help from Michael Gregory.
That's been his strategy every single time he comes into one of these e-tickets at the super speedways. Get the lead and keep it. 3 wide now through the pack. Third line forming way up at the top side. More numbers joining to it as we speak.
Like Thunderbirds in Delta formation. If you're just tuning on in, we say hello and welcome. It's rush hour from Daytona International Speedway. You're watching the 2026 Florida 500. Malik Ray, Michael Gregory, and that's Frank Horley, currently the top 3.
You might watch the Cup Series and see him go 3 wide and call it gridlock. That's not what it is here. They're going all out for it as Garza almost loses it, keeps it going in the second spot, leading that top line, possibly to the top spot.
Pair of Jordans nearly collecting each other, nearly tripping over each other. Ford's in the middle, Horley to the inside. Christian Delgado, a door bang into the side of Michael Gregory. Everyone just teetering back to turns 1 and 2.
Oh, that middle line is falling back quick, and we talked about there's a blink early on. That's a 20 of Tucker. That's going to be something they're not going to have much of a patience for in the admin booth.
Yeah, they're not. I guarantee you right now it's already alarm bells ringing. While some have bailed, others have taken advantage of some misfortune. Allow Kenny Reel into 8th. Allow maybe that of Finnegan Myers up to 5th. Reel moves to the bottom. Garza to the race lead. He moves in front of Sanders, and there's still 3 wide for the lead.
Top line is evaporated, and there goes Lane Sanders in the wall. They collect a ton at the front of the pack. Malik Ray around. Finnegan Myers is collected into it.
Drew Jua got a piece. Myers may be out of the race. You see a hit maybe from Hall as well. You can't race that quickly, that much close together without something going wrong. You watch the veterans bail while the others went for glory, working lap 8 of 200, and the caution will wave for the first time this afternoon.
Talked about it in the pre-race, John. We talked about it as the race was getting started up. The first 10 laps, it's almost like clockwork. Somebody makes a mistake, gets over-aggressive, maybe clearing 4 lanes down on lap 8, causes a caution, and now we have a big wreck already early on in this race. Some key contenders involved as well.
There's there's Douglas Newbigging. He looks to have gone through without a problem. Kenny Reel, we talked about him taking advantage of misfortune, finding his own misfortune with a bent up nose on his Toyota Camry. Drew Jua, he looked like he got through it. Adam Garza, Finnegan Myers, then the winner of the Hoosier 400 may be out early on lap 8.
Yeah, that right front's not moving at all on the 00 car. No, now it is a little bit, but we'll see on the replay in a moment what exactly happened.
And we're going to watch all the way back to watch this materialize, right? Look at the drivers finding the bunker.
Well, that's what, in the middle, you saw that Coors car start moving back. You see the stack up, and guys start bailing down to the inside, and that's where these 12, 15 guys up towards the front, they're still jockeying it up. You see, well, Sanders already getting close to Malik Ray on that move. Myers close on the clear, and you just see the back and forth across 3 different lines.
And they may be calling this a one-lap hold on Lane Sanders. We didn't get the best view there. We'll go ahead and check it again.
Oh, Horley definitely got a lot of contact through that.
Yeah, his car looks KO'd up on the outside lane.
Yeah, we'll slow it down here in a moment, see exactly the launching point.
And this is the thing, you have to have quick reaction time. And we tell some of these drivers, say, if you're not going to take that intensity up front, find the bomb shelter, right? Go right in the back. It's okay. It is a long haul. Garza goes to the bottom. Sanders focus on Ray. He swipes the nose of the 01 and comes right back down. So Lane Sanders, they are calling as the root cause of the incident. His right rear toe link is completely shot out. It looks like the suspension may have been ripped off as well. And it looks like an early exit, even though he will have a 1-lap penalty if he can indeed get back out on the racetrack.
But it's just, you kind of question why that much aggression that early. Like, why clearing across 3 lanes of traffic and being that aggressive for the lead when there's already people bailing out, and bailing out because of a lot of them.
Pit road, it's open, it's busy early. Right side's up on the 87. Right side's up on the Michael Gregory machine, so it's 4 tires and go for all the front runners. David Johnson, he's in the pits as well. Riker Byram. Jason Hall. Carlos Truther. All right, first couple of laps. It was on. It was spicy. It reminded me of the 2021 event.
Yeah, I mean, it reminded me of that Talladega race, the Alabama race, where they just kept jockeying up front for like 30 laps before they had an issue. So we're seeing Lane Sanders, Finnegan Myers, the ones with the most damage. Same with Drew Chua, Kai Collymore still in there, Barb. Malone is leaving, so he might be able to keep it on going. But there's, I mean, Dean Brummett, Frank Horley, Malik Ray, Schmidt. It's going to be interesting to follow. So that's a lot of really key players, contenders. I mean, you look at the the 07 being involved. Well, why was he involved? Because he got cycled out of the pack, fell back about 20 positions, and was right in the hornet's nest of reaction.
Let's go ahead and chat with Malik Ray here, what he's got to say. Ray, John Ramos, you got a copy?
Oh, hey, what's up, bro?
What did you see with the incident?
I was told that the guy was on a controller, and I should have probably listened to him. So that's about all I got to say on that one.
Very interesting. How's the car?
Oh, I'm good. I'm fine. I don't have any damage. I'm straight.
All right. Having fun out there?
Yeah. Absolutely. That's why I was going 3 wide. I was enjoying it.
Are you live streaming right now?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I am.
All right. Well, hopefully they are enjoying that live stream. It's going to be fun to watch back on. That's why I did ask. Malik Ray, good luck. You still got about 190 laps to go.
Hell yeah. Appreciate it.
I love talking to him.
Always a fun interview.
Always indeed. Lights are off on top of the pace car, so we'll get ready to go again. This time it's going to be Chevrolets leading us to green, unlike the Toyotas to start the event. Chevrolet Ford will wind up in row number 2. Carlos Truther, Adam Garza in row number 3. Everett Counts, Jeff Acevedo, Bryce Benton, and Hector Colanzo will be that top 10.
So already the front of the field looking a whole lot different than it did just about 5 laps ago. Another blink we see there, that's Collazo, the 95. That's going to be a point of emphasis all night.
And we are telling these drivers to watch these blinks. They are already monitoring Hector Collazo as well. And look at all those drivers on the inside lane. Those are the ones that came on in, and some still on pit road. Malik Ray's going to have fun. He's going to be heading through the Hornet's Nest. Same with Abraham Vila, Braden Movick, Dean Brummett as well. Most will be running on the inside lane.
See if anyone else has been knocked out of the race yet. I'll check on that end. Lane Sanders, Finnegan Myers, Jacob Malone, currently the ones looking most damaged, or at least maybe out, but still 37 rolling on the racetrack as we roll.
All right, so let's try it again. Christian Delgado's been kind of on a hot streak recently. He didn't do half bad there at Chicagoland when his qualifying efforts showed to match the speed. And our night in America, he's getting quicker as well. The Kansas native looking to see if he can take his farming ways and kind of change that energy into speed. Well, he's got a long road ahead with Chase Kroll on the outside lane. The pair of bow ties will lead us back down and try it again. Back green in the Florida 500. Chase Kroll, help on the outside lane. He'll lead into turn 1.
And he's got a good push from Hall. Kroll and Hall Hall in the mail up on the high side. Down low, Delgado trying to get the push from Riker Byram.
We're starting to see a consistent theme here, right? The outside lane gets the run, first one out of the gate. The inside lane has to build it up back into turns 3 and 4. So that begs the question. If you're on the outside, you dive low. Don't think it's going to happen. Crawl thinks about it. Now he does.
And they got the top 3 almost diving low on that one. Garza can't make it happen. Hall looking for the lead. Here comes Delgado to give a push to the 88.
Right, the Dente to the race lead. For the first time, Jason Hall will be leading an e-ticket event. He leads this lap, nearly shut the door on Garza, and Jumpman opens it up, exiting the trial.
The Dente almost rode it to the exit, but now it is Air Jordan versus Chili's up towards the front. Hall keeping that lead with Acevedo right behind him.
And you're already catching drivers going to the bomb shelter outside the top 20, really well spaced out so they can watch when they enter the embankment of what's going on up front. New Bigging has jumped out of the throttle, but mostly inside the top 16, full shot at turn 3.
Here comes Collazo in that Lightning McQueen-styled paint scheme. Leads the top line now as Hall and Acevedo jump in front of Garza out of 4.
Well, there's just something about this event, right? Everyone gets so antsy and energetic. It's the first one of the year where some are on the toes and others are on the loud pedal. Jeff Acevedo on the inside, taking cover from Zachary Trill, nearly got that lap, but the outside advantage in turn 1.
Now, some might have seen that he put his wheels down on the double yellow line. That is not illegal in the e-ticket events and NR Night in America. You can go down and make passes down there. If you cause a caution, though, you're out of here.
Crossover Garza. He won't have a helping hand. Now he does. Hector Collazo will join in, had to second guess the move, and it's going to be a net gain of an opportunity into turns 3 and 4. 3 wide just outside the top 6, maybe the top 8. Here comes the 1, Davis Lewis.
Lewis leading the way, leading the charge with Kai Collymore pushing him. We see a bailout now. No, into the pits. Is that Crawl?
To pit road.
We'll follow up, see what's up there. Up front, 3 by 3 through the pack. Lewis has made his way up there. Murphy in the middle, and there's Hall down low. Bottom 2 lines get the push out of 2.
Now, they did talk about some of these drivers that they feel like their internet's going to be acting up, and they feel like it's close to being a problem. They're going to bail out to pit road and keep an eye on it. Chase Crawl, located from Ohio. Don't know what the temperature is like now. Not sure if there's snowfall, but you're going to see a consistent theme out of some of these drivers from Virginia and East Tennessee that they're going to be checking to go to pit road, making sure all systems are good so they can continue running this event.
When responsible move, and that's what people are going to notice as we see even more blinking. Kai Collymore made a big move. Hall now the one with the blink. Up top, Lewis getting the push. Down low, Hall now bails out. He's keeping up to speed. We'll see. Nope, he bails out. Gonna get out of the pack. Smart move.
That wants nothing to do with it, as well as the 56 machine of Connor Murphy. He found his way towards the back half, and no one is in trust anyone as of this moment mode, because you can see the separation. We went from tightly knit, under a second for the top 20 machines, second and a half separating the top 20 now.
Now you might be wondering, why is that 38 not popping up on the leaderboard? It's because he's off the lead lap, battling to get a lap back here. He's going to get shuffled out to the high side. The battle is the ones. Real Lewis to the line. It's going to be Real.
The battle of the Bass Pros. I don't think Kenny Real knew that Drew Jua may have been off the lead lap, at least as of the moment. But Real has been a man on a mission. That Indiana Hoosier has been fighting and clawing his way to the race lead.
And Indiana's been on a bit of a winning streak as of late. You'd know, John. Up front, Lewis nearly getting the back bumper turned around there. Kai Collymore, the winner of this race last year, takes the lead at the end of the super stretch.
And he's going to get it done. There's the sneaky move. Dominic Barbagallo. Paint schemes. Man, don't they look great? Dominic Barbagallo is a big fan of the 3 Cabriolos. Matter of fact, first time he went to Epcot, that's the ride he loved the most. So what is this car based off of? An old B-25 that didn't fly a mission in World War II, but was planned on it before the VJ Day came about and the end of the Second World War. But the bomber was made, it has been repurposed, and it does have Panchito from the 3 Caballeros on the side of the door.
Well, there might be a B2 there. There might be a kamikaze coming up that second line. Malik Ray has made his way to the front, and look who he brought with him, Kevin Champagne. Real gets up there, throws a bit of a block. He's going to be side by side with Barb.
And it's American, a B25 on the bottom, Bass Pro on the outside, Bass Pro behind, and then you got the Tide Ride sitting on the inside of row number 3.
With Lightning McQueen right behind him.
Something about these events and the characters of the schemes that keep everyone excited. Look at the mistrust from the rest of the pack. Single file, mostly outside of the top 15.
Oh, but these guys up the front, they're not going to go single file just yet. They want to make their way forward. Tucker now looking to get to that high side, thinks better of it. You're seeing something that we don't normally see with the next gen in these races. There's a bit of a spread out in the draft in general. Up top, though, they're not as spread out, and they are trying to move it forward. Tucker now to the second spot. Barbagallo, though, leads the way. 3 wide, a little bit in the middle of the pack. Nobody really going with that 38.
No, I think some of these guys want to ride around. Remember when they first debuted this package? We showed it off in the duels last year with the Florida 500. It seemed like nobody knew how to drive it. And then come Alabama for the Alabama 500 at Talladega, boom, everyone figured it out. We're back in this moment where they ran the NWP 400, Florida 500 last year. As previously mentioned, Alabama figuring this package out to a T, and oh boy, it's working for those Toyotas.
And here comes Carlos Truther. He's going to try and make a move. He's squirrely. He keeps it all together, though. Malik Ray going to bail on him. Only about 4 cars in that top line. Everybody a bottom feeder at the start of this race.
Now, why did Truther not really fall away? Did you guys see what he did? He took the left front of his Toyota Camry and put it right on the right rear of Kenny Real. That was taking the air off the side of the car, dragging them both back from speed, allowing Truther to team up with his teammate in Team T with Frank Corley on the outside to continue to challenge all the way around the racing circuit. Carlos Truther leads and heads on to lap 21.
And another move up in the front by that 38, trying to get that lap back. And there's also Gavin Austin, who's making his way forward. Acevedo making his way forward on the high side. So you can make these moves up front as Truther leads there. That's Chase Crawl about to go a lap down.
There's just never a dull moment in these e-ticket events. The top 6 or 7 are about 2 by 2 and jostling for position. Outside the top 10, it's the Macy's Day Parade of just trying to log laps. While that continues, Davis Lewis finds the race lead with a helping hand in Tucker.
And he's going to get that big push on the bottom. Truther going to try and go with Tucker, looking to get that first lap lead of the event. Down low, there's Horley in the third in line on the bottom. Tucker going to lead it, and there's that lapper.
Left side of your screen, you'll see where everyone's running outside the top 20. 40 drivers took the green flag. Drew Juwa's in the middle, lap down. Oh, and Tucker gets stuck behind Chase Crawl. See ya. To the back he goes. Well, actually, not that far back. He's going to go to about row 5 because of the single file train. But for the young rookie, a big opportunity to remember what's going on. When some of these drivers switch and sway, it's because it's like 4D chess, trying to stay 3 moves ahead.
Well, Jua and Crawl will be racing each other. That 88 and that 38, those are racing for the lucky dog. Schmidt slow on the high side as well. He'll maybe be in that race, but he's even slower than the rest of them were when they got caught.
Yeah, we're looking at a very interesting development here. Drew Jua, William Schmidt, Chase Crawl, maybe Jason Hall as well. He's off the pace. These drivers are going to be racing for the lucky dog position. Now, in Enter Night in America, you can always look for if there's a caution, drivers getting their laps back whenever. In the e-ticket events, that's outlawed. The second a caution comes out, if you're stuck, trapped a lap down, there's a good chance you're going to stay a lap down unless you get a wave around. In this case, 3 drivers will be fighting to get back on the lead lap, while the rest of the herd fights for the race lead.
Well, we can say Malone, Myers, and Sanders out of the race. 37 currently racing, still in it, of this front pack on the lead lap. 33, Mosteller, the caboose on that one. Hall, also on his own, could be lapped soon. Truther still leading the way up front.
Davis Lewis will jump to the outside lane. Let's go ahead and take a look back. Kai Collymore, who won this event last year, he's riding in the 15th position. Everett Couch stuck behind Riker Byram, that's 16th and 17th. And then the big names that we all know, how about the former e-ticket champions, right? Daniel Mosteller, Braden Movick, 32nd, 33rd. They want nothing to do with what's going on up front. Dean Brummett runs in the 30th position. He's come close many times, and Abraham Vila, that's 31st.
Now, these two in the back, last year in the duels, worked really well together. They put a masterclass in their duel to race up towards the front together, drafted towards the end of this race. So they know how to work their way up to the front. It's a lot of synergy there.
Team T loves the spotlight. TV time for Carlos Struther. Him and Frank Horley are inside the top 10. Sanders Racing Designs is the sponsor of this year's fastest lap for the Florida 500. Want your paint schemes looking the best? Hey, Lane Sanders can get it done. Look up Lane Sanders on Trading Paints and go ahead and check him out. Fastest lap of the race will get a $10 bonus awarded at the end of this event. Currently, Lane Sanders is out of this event, but Sanders Racing Designs will have you looking your best come your next green flag.
Well, and as we look, everybody down on the bottom except Malik Ray for a moment going to stay on the bottom for now. So up top, Jua, who finally got in line, was the only one that was set up. He has 2 cars between him and Chase Crawl. That is the battle for the lucky dog as they race. And you see him entering into turn 1, just playing it safe early in this event. Only 26 laps in of 200. Now, we talked about it earlier, the fuel runs being about 40 or so laps, John. We pitted around lap 10, 11, so we still got a pretty decent amount before they even have to pit. So why go single file this early on when normally they'd race? There's another blink from the 95. That's 2 tonight already.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on Hector Collazo. You know what? A lot of you guys love it. We're going to give it to you early. If you want more of it, spam it down in the live chat below. Let's go ahead and turn it up. Back live from Daytona International Speedway. You saw it and turn it up. What a save the second they went 2x2.
Yeah, I mean, before we turn the mics back on, I'm like, oh no, they're going to go around. Oh my God, they saved it. Every year, John, every year we see these amazing saves. It busts up a little bit of the pack, and we see it busted up the top of that 54 car. That nose is definitely crumpled up, but they kept it going. Keep it green. No reason to make it yellow right now. They're trying to get it back single file again. I mean, just
let's see what happens.
Yeah.
So we saw Ray and turn it up. We were watching like, wow, okay, they're not going single file. That was great timing. Picks up Horley. Kenny Real has been making interesting moves. I wonder if he may have been one of the root causes of this.
It was already a little squirrely at the end of the straight there. Oh, they bumper locked it. It looked like the 01 and the 11. That got the 22 up on the wall. Got some damage to the 54. A lot of damage to the front of the 54 car.
I just don't know if I want to point that blame on the 01 and Malik Ray because of how upset the car looked in the 11 machine of Kenny Real. Let's watch again. I don't even think he made contact. It is just wildly out of shape heading into turn 3.
I mean, there was another good hit to that right side of the 22. Already got hit in the initial crash in this race, that 54 as well. I mean, just watch as the 54 goes by here. The bottom of that nose is crumpled in immensely. That's going to make a difference as the night goes. And just on the edge of the lead lap, he's leading the pack, at least in the place he's at. That 38 car finally gets his lap back. Malik Ray leading, now single file again. A little bit more space between a lot of them. And calm it down so we hit lap 30.
I'm not seeing a lot of trust out of this pack. Matter of fact, that gives us an opportunity to maybe talk to someone that is listening in. He is one of the admins of the event, but maybe he could be a pit reporter one day. Let's just see what Frank DeAngelis has been able to hear and see. Frank, John Ramos, what's going on down there?
Not much. It seems like it's a full moon that's going to come out later because these guys are all running single file after that Lane Sanders incident. It seems like they're actually smart and saving gas.
Are we in a fuel lottery position?
Long term, maybe, but with caution, you never know. But I've received word that most of them are pitting at about 24 to 26 laps.
All right, thank you. Yeah, we maybe need more pit reporters for these events.
Well, they'll put us at flat 54, 56. Great reporting by Frank DeAngelis on that one. And for the most part, they're just playing it safe. Some guys might peek out of line a little bit. You see Gregory getting shuffled a little bit in that Lego machine. Down to the bottom is Truther.
I guarantee they're having an argument right now. I guarantee Carlos Truther and Frank Horley have to be having an argument right now. Because last time you went below the WL line, I was told it was about the time when they were bashing heads in a Discord call.
We probably shouldn't broadcast that one to the world, that's for sure. But they might be. But long, long way to go. And we'll see how much of an impact those impacts had from the saves, getting together a little bit. Up front, Malik Ray, Kenny Reel, though, they're setting a pace. 0-1-1-1 is the top of the board. Barbagallo up in the 5th spot still, but how about Gavin Austin? We talked about him in the pre-race a little bit. He's in that pink and blue Nerds machine. He's quietly made himself a top 10 spot in line here. 6th position as we run, just logging laps.
And they are logging it indeed. Jackson Byes back in 16th. Everett Couts in the 17th position. Diego Acuna. And the interesting part about him, he used to be codenamed Andres Vargas. That is his full name. Acuna making his first full start in an e-ticket, obviously, this year, and at least as of recent, under the Acuna name, by his time, just inside the top 20. One of the drivers that are racing outside of the United States.
Well, and you see, Gregory is the only one who's trying to make something happen. Just one big conga line all the way to the back.
So Drew Jua currently is holding on, at least in the way of not getting a lucky dog, to be back on the lead lap in the 34th e-ticket event. You're watching the 4 to 500 on the IDK Player YouTube channel. Jarrett, 33 laps in. What are we kind of looking at here? Are we shocked that it's gone this way?
I'm surprised that there's so many of them that are saving like this early, and I'm surprised that for the most part they're single file. I think towards the back, the 24, 42, and 9 or 87, I should say, are making a move. Dew, I think, is with them as well. But for the most part, I'm surprised we have not seen everybody go single file like this before in one of these e-ticket events. I've never seen this.
No, we haven't. It's actually really interesting. Matter of fact, I think the last time we saw a single file for this long, it was the first 4 to 500 way back in 2021 after about 3, 4, 5 cautions back to back when everyone just said, all right, let's ride around, let's log laps. That was when it wasn't even 500 miles. It's about $1.25 on the laps end. So Malik Ray is having a great time leading up front, but in the tow of the driver who is currently the last one on the lead lap in Drew Jua.
Well, but you're seeing Mubik now up to the 20th position. That line of cars working together. They're moving their way forward. Now you see up front, Jua, Ray, Reel. They have their own little group. They're starting to see these small little groups forming up, but there you see them right at the back. Those 4 cars up in the high line. They're going about for 20th or so. They might say, hey, we saved enough. It's time to go. Let's go forward.
And look who the notables are. Braden Mubik, Daniel Mosteller. They're trying to catch people off guard. Acuna jumps to the outside, makes it about 3 or 4 Chevrolets in line.
Up front, though, Truther, yeah, going for the lead. Was going for it with Horley. Not going to make it happen this time, but they have a big enough gap in the line. They're not going to lose many positions. Barbagallo, though, leapfrogs them up into the 3rd spot.
And you're stuck in this argument position, right, with the single file, and you can just tell by the driver's dynamic and character, some wanting to go forward, others trying to ride in line, and we're starting to see the disagreements throughout teammates. Some drivers are saying, let's go, as a teammate. Others saying, not at all. We just saw it there with Truther. I don't think Frank Horley has any energy right now to make moves working lap 36.
Well, and you're starting to see up towards the front of that line, Murphy falls back in the 56. He's going to jump up to the high side, bails out. So that's Chase Crawl, a lapper, who's going to be leading in front of Mubik and Mosteller. Up towards the front, though, they're still keeping it clean, straight, in a single file line, keeping it safe. But you're seeing they're reeling them in. They're getting closer. They're making moves. But they're starting to bail, though, as well. Mosteller, Vila, Mubik have, for the most part, evaporated that top line now.
It's looking like a very interesting dynamic, at least of what the drivers are holding on to. Gavin Austin, Jeff Acevedo, Kevin Champagne, Davis Lewis, and Adam Garza currently make up the top 10, working lap 37 at 200. Whoa, trouble! Nathan Dew up and into the outside wall. That was off the nose of Douglas Newbigging. Multiple drivers scatter as the caution waves for the second time.
Just betting around in the 9.
And a hard hit for Nathan Dew.
Very hard hit. Dew crew going to have a lot of work to do on that number 21 machine. You saw it as we watched right down the line, and he just shot out like a cannon. Unfortunately, a misfire.
Indeed. There's Douglas Newbigging, damage to the nose of his 7.
Oh, that left front didn't look like it was moving well. We'll see. Maybe this time maybe it was just the angle, but that was right around where those guys were making moves, trying to get up closer to the front of the pack as well.
It's going to be an interesting look back. I mean, Douglas Newbigging, Nathan Dew. I just don't think Doug committed to the bottom.
An amazing move. They basically took the road course route to get out of the way.
The Daytona chicane, now codenamed Lamar.
Like, it was almost perfect. They just like, oh, get around there.
Wow.
They gonna get a course cutting penalty for going through there?
I don't know. So when we did Lamar, we called the exit of the Mulsanne Daytona Beach, and now they had to take Lamar for the backstretch bus stop chicane. Oh. What comes around goes around, doesn't it?
I guess so.
Now remember, no backstretch grass as well, so nobody went hopping and jumping through what was grass, now concrete. I kind of want to watch Douglas Newbigging's onboard, kind of just to see what he saw.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting look.
This is post the event of the timely accident, and this is about what happened.
Oh, so there was a bit of a stack up with the 24 moving down there, trying to find his spot in line.
You know, this wreck really reminds me of the 2020 Daytona 500, right? When there was single file for a good portion of the race, and all of a sudden Quinn Half, right, got hooked up into the outside wall, and everyone's like, well, how the heck did that happen? You guys are running single file. It's right now showing just the uncertainty of a lot of these drivers are trying to get back in a rhythm because of the lack of NR9, because of the lack of super speedways we have leading into the e-ticket. Some are still a little bit rusty.
Oh, definitely. They definitely are. But you know what? As we are getting pit stops here, lap 39, so it'll be around the 100-mile mark of this race. This should get us enough fuel to get us to about the 200-mile mark, roughly. Seeing how about 40 laps is what they can do on fuel. Barb going to have the lead out of this.
Let's go ahead and chime in with the driver. How about Kenny Real? Real John Ramos, how fun is it up there?
It's pretty fun, especially when you got probably one of the best super speedway racers as your teammate, so we're having fun.
Having fun indeed. Okay, lap 39, you're going to restart with about 160 laps to go in around 400 miles left of this event. How do you approach this heading into the next, should we say 75% of the race?
Just try to keep it clean, keep the car up front. If we have green flag stops, I just want to be up front, ready for them, and hopefully just take care of the equipment till then.
All right, well, we're really excited to see what you're able to do here. It's been a little jolty out there. What's different about this event versus others?
Yeah, the setup feels a little unstable. As you've seen, I got loose on after a push trying to come down the track. Luckily, he was able to save it and not turn into a big wreck. But yeah, it's a little loose out here. Track temp's 115. It's cooling down, so it's feeling a little bit better.
All right. Well, we're going to see how you do. Good luck.
Thank you.
And that is Kenny Real. Loose setup, hot, slick temperatures to start. It's going to cool down, but I don't think it's going to cool down as much as it was last year.
Well, no, and we're not going to go as late into the day, more than likely, as we did last year. So this is going to be something these drivers have to deal with for the next 400 miles of this event. Green next time, it looks like.
Yeah, so we're going to get the lights off and the one to go. It's back to a Ford front row. Dominic Barbagallo, you got to give it to him. That 17 has been fast.
It has.
Malik Ray will be on the outside of row number 1 as well. So back to a Ford front row. Tucker, Real, Austin, Lewis, Delgado, Champagne, Murphy, and Acevedo will make out that top 10 awaiting the green flag.
And you look down that leaderboard, and there's a lot of people that I could totally see making their way forward in this that aren't even on this top 20 as we run.
Yeah, I'm excited for the drivers outside the top 20. Let's get an update on who's out of the race. Still Sanders, Myers, and Malone. Frank Horley, 37th. He's back on the track. Chase Crawl, yeah, he's still racing as well. There's William Schmidt getting his lap back. Nathan Dew, wow, fixed the car. Can you believe that one?
Hey, it could be big towards the end of the night. You'll see a little damage, but nothing that he can't overcome.
Yeah, that's a pretty big hit to the outside wall, so I'm surprised that he was able to get that one going. We've seen drivers already have their machines completely KO'd. But for Dew, well, he won the LCQ after hitting the outside wall very similarly. I guess in this moment, he should be okay. It's been fun to read the live chat during this event. Once again, Flag the Flag coverage of the 4 to 500 exclusively here on the IDK Player YouTube channel. If you love what you see, feel free to subscribe and notifications on. We have seen some go out there in Super Chat. Lucky Duck with a gifted membership. 3 Wide Racing with the VIP pass. We see you and we hear you. Back underway here from Daytona Beach.
Slow restart that time, but pretty orderly up front. Ray, Tucker, they get the push out front. They can go down to the bottom if they want, but that top line really getting the run as we get off of 2.
Yeah, you can see Dominic Barbagallo had no speed off turn number 2 and expect the pattern move from the top going to the bottom. Everyone's watching these restarts. That's now what? The 3rd time it's happened. The outside lane advantage off turn number 2. Ray to the bottom. He'll pick up the 2. Machina Gavin Austin. And that will leave Tucker topside with Delgado.
Gavin Austin, he has been a threat in these super speedway e-ticket events before, been oh so close to victory. So being up in the 2nd spot this early, that's a message to the field that he's going to be really dicing it up for this win. Up front though on the high side, Tucker getting a bit of a push from Delgado in the top 5, top 3, not really making too much room, but there goes Gavin Austin up to the top, going for the lead.
Yeah, he's been wanting to lead this entire event, but flat 42, that's where you'll see him currently rotating around the racetrack. Top side, that's the 98 machine. Riker Byram nearly got up and into the fence. Inside Tucker will help with the A. 3 wide, it's back, and it's right smack middle of the herd.
Up front, Gavin Austin with the lead. How long can he keep it? Not very from the looks of it. Tucker getting the push up on the high side. He's going to lead this lap this time by.
Boom, getting at the line. So Michael Tucker, the race leader. Malik Ray's in 2nd. Gavin Austin, Dominic Barbagallo, Christian Delgado, Kenny Real, Jeff Acevedo make up the top 7. And at the outside looking in at the top 20, still very big heavy hitters. You don't see Mosteller, you don't see Dean Brummett, Malik Ray, whereas he's up front, but it's Abraham Veal and others still wanting nothing to do with the top 15.
You look at the leaderboard, and 25th on back has a lot of e-ticket wins, a lot of super speedway e-ticket wins. They're playing it smart. Blink by the one of Lewis. That's going to be another one that we watch.
And continue to keep an eye on them 2 by 2. They jump into the 31 degrees of banking, back on the flat. The dog leg heading to the tri-oval, and it is all that of Tucker, Austin, Barbagallo, and Malik Ray in the fast 4.
And Tucker has been really aggressive, trying to make his way forward. A little bit of a lack of bumpers between the 13-28. They are just fine through it, though. There's a 54 Truther who had a lot of damage earlier, just outside the top 10. And you're seeing battling all through this pack. And look at that. That 38 car is moving up the leaderboard once more.
Moving and grooving. Some of these drivers giving enough space, trying to give room for error. Kai Collymore outside lane. He's going to pick up Jeff Acevedo. Acevedo picks up Christian Delgado. What a turnaround a year has made for Delgado in that 13 camp. New sponsor, new engine, and they're moving the right way.
Oh, and they're moving forward for sure. Up front, though, Malik Ray getting a push from Real. Those two have been working really, really well together. Does Tucker make a move to the high side, or does he stick with the 17? He's going to stay on the bottom.
And it is on. Look at this. Jeff Acevedo in the middle. Behind Michael Gregory. Behind the 54, Carlos Struther. become 5 drivers in 8 on the outside of that row.
And towards the back, they're giving it single file. They're just going to play it safe as they run. Drew Jua now up into the top 10 after being a lap down for the opening quarter of this race or so. He is making moves on that high side, that dark black 38 up front. Ray getting a little bit of a gap, but he has got control of this race.
It is nice seeing Michael Gregory up front. Remember, he also became a bridesmaid in what was called the Geico 500, now Alabama 500 in 2022, when him and the other competitors, Trouble Tucker gets tagged off the nose of the 54. That goes up into the outside wall. Carlos Truther and Morris scatter into turns 1 and 2.
Austin involved with it. You see Dean Brummett, Braden Movick in the grass. You see, I think that's Mosteller just stopped to avoid it. Oh, and the 20 and 56 get together. Oh, man. And there's that 54 of Truther on the high side. That might be the big one. We've seen some big ones. That might be the biggest so far today. That 54, that might be toast.
I mean, it looked like he came down. I mean, from what we remember, at least from the live view, Carlos Truther from lane 2 down brings a 3rd caution out of the event, working lap 47.
And you saw just the chain reaction of different guys getting involved with it. We'll see the replay here.
Toyota on Toyota.
He just went right down. At least from that view, we'll see his.
I can't think of anything different. We can try the overhead blimp cam.
Wow, look, we have to ride with Riker Byram through that. That was a heck of a close call, but he just like went right, barely missing it. I mean, look at some of these contenders that we normally would expect to be up towards the front of this pack.
An unbelievable view. We'll watch again. This is top end. Did he get help from Drew Jua? That's my only guess. I mean, maybe you could expect it. Maybe Drew Jua had a piece of it. Riker Byram, how about...
We got to watch that. We got to watch his view, man. I think Wilkerson slid through it as well. That's another good one we can look at. There might be a lot of good views of this one.
Let's go on board here with Riker Byram.
Oh, and there's another one. We didn't even see the 9.
Make a decision. And it worked out. You want to see from the gearbox.
Oh, Kevin Champagne noticed right away. But, I mean, look at the difference. Those two that were following right behind him involved in what is looking to be a 15 to 20 car wreck. He makes it through. That's the difference.
Caution is out on the speedway. Let's go ahead and get a word from Carlos Truther. Truther, John Ramos, what happened?
Bro, get rid of that penalty. My wheel unplugged. That's not fair. It's not fair. Get rid of that.
Your wheel unplugged.
Yes, go on the in-car.
We were actually now hearing that your wheel broke. You said in-car of your wreck?
Yeah, go to the in-car. That thing quit turning. Quit turning.
So mechanical failure.
NASCAR, they don't give you a mechanical failure. I've seen plenty of drivers have issues in the lead pack causing it.
Alright, well, listening in, is it completely busted? This is from Carlos Truther. Oh, it did.
It did.
It did.
Yeah, just bad luck. That's what I get for driving the 54 car. Average time gives experience.
For those who couldn't hear, he said average time gives experience.
I always get the worst JTR cars. Used to it.
Are you out of the race?
No, I'm cool. I told you I got 50 seconds optional. I'm gonna repair this sucker. We're gonna get right back up there.
So it is up to the admins on what they want to do.
Well, they already penalized me a lap, so a little late for that.
Wow. Unfortunately. Well, we definitely did see the... So how did it break exactly?
So I have this cat named Carlos.
Oh my gosh.
And he sleeps near my door, and I have a outlet near my door where my wheel plugged in, and he wanted it out of my room. And he went to pull on the door and took it with his head.
So your cat's the reason why there was a wreck?
So he saw me car loose. He's out of the room.
Yeah, I think they're still going to hold that penalty for the cat causing a crash.
Such a chud.
Okay, well, I mean, that's 2 Team T cars now involved in the last 2 cautions. What's going on over there?
You know how it is over there. It's not a very good organization sometimes. In the first half of the race, but you look there at lap 150, we're going to be right back up there.
All right.
See, look, the car's all better now. We're going to go get that lucky dog. We're going to be right back up there.
All right. Well, long road ahead for Carlos Struther, currently running in the 35th position. Good luck.
Thank you.
I'm not a fan of laughing on a stream, continuity and stuff like that for things, but a cat?
I've never heard that. I mean, that's a new one. That's a new one.
Wow. I'm checking the Freedom Group chat. All big fans over there in Team T. TJ, I told you it was that cat. Not going to say what he said there. Coach Gavin, it was the cat. And then, I think this is Real Jackson, who I think is still a bot, saying, did you try steering? How about it? All right, we'll get ready to try it again. Malik Ray, who is currently front of the field, he'll be starting alongside Kenny Real, Jeff Acevedo, and Riker Byram as the Fast Four. Maybe the first 25% into this race, and it has been a heck of a show so far. From drama, from incidents, the bow ties make up most of the top 20, and we still have, well, over 150 laps remaining. Real and Ray back to the tri-oval green once more from Daytona International Speedway.
That's a smart teammate restart there with the 01 getting let in by the 11. Top line getting that big run. Now they're going to go down to the bottom, block that line into 1 and 2.
Ray inside, Real inside, Acevedo, no big change, and it looks like it continues to be the pattern effect of what goes top really wants to come back down the bottom, but Real and Ray, they're in a position to work together. Not surprised that they stay connected into turns 3 and 4.
That bottom line has the advantage. Buys all the way in 5th, getting past the top line, single file. Here comes Dean Brummett, just collected in that. Now he is racing back nearly in the top 5.
And they continue to chug along. 3 blue ovals up inside the top 12. That's about it. Toyota way back for William Schmidt after they both led into the green flag. Matter of fact, check that because Kenny Real is sitting in the 2nd position. The rest continue to file in, mostly single file on the inside.
Look who is up in the top 12. That's Daniel Mosteller. He's trying to make his way into the fray of this. He's on that high line with Shaver leading the way. Brummett now leading the way. He's going to make that move, trying to get to the top 5. Not going to happen just yet.
No, not so fast. Dean Brummett, top end. He is with Derek Shaver. Shaver's with Jeff Perchatsky. Perchatsky still has the 87 of Daniel Mosteller, so they're trying to form up a cell in lane number 2, but it's still the parade on the inside lane back to the 18 degrees in the tri-oval.
Playing it for the most part safe. We'll see how long that lasts. It hasn't lasted that long tonight. But Brummett making a few moves. Still, again, right around that 5th or so position is where he's getting stalled out. That top line is not losing numbers like it was before.
No, it's not at all. And they're able to hold well with what, maybe 6, 7, 8 machines on that outside lane, maybe even less if you continue to keep an eye on it. Ford, Toyota, Ford, that is the top 3.
Slowly but surely chipping away at it. He'll get a little to the front, then get back around that 33, then chip a little bit more up front. Ray, Real, Acevedo, though, they are clean and green. Yeah, about 6 cars leading in that top line. Nobody else. There's a lapper ahead, though.
Yeah, they're trying everything. They're trying anything, at least to stay somewhat relevant up to the front half of the field. Top 20 shown left side of your screen. We'll go ahead and sneak through. Michael Gregory back in 32nd. Drew Jua back in 30th. He is with Nathan Dew on the lead lap. Gavin Austin in 25th. While we look at the drivers currently out of the race, it is Hall, Malone, Myers, and Sanders. Frank Horley in 33rd.
Alone.
Wow.
He's alone as well.
And he may soon get lapped here. Matter of fact, there is Malik Ray, Kenny Reel and company.
And just how quick things can change. But again, long way to go in this event. But you're going to have to pay attention to that lucky dog battle. And just, it's got to be such a helpless feeling. You watch the entire pack just go, hi, now bye.
And Frank the Tank has dropped outside of the lead lap. When you're fighting for that lucky dog against Carlos Truther, Chase Crawler, and Connor Murphy.
When you just see that top line has so much more power now. The 01 is the Pied Piper right now, but the 22 blocking Shaver, blocking Brummett. Oh, man. Really close. Shaver going to bail out. Thought better of it. Good move on his part in the 30.
Had to get out of the throttle. Horley will be in the tire tracks of Acuna. Yeah, a little interesting point right there, right? I mean, who's on the lead lap? Who's fighting for position? Who's just fighting to stay alive? And you kind of just saw that swarm come together. The reason why Horley didn't move up is because if a driver goes below the WL line, you don't have to let them back up. You're doing that on your own accords. Not surprised that the 22 decided to paint it to turn 3.
Well, and with it, it's going to change up a lot of the running order towards the back part of the top 10. There's that 22 trying to lead the way back up. Maybe, if not, get his lap back the hard way, at least get the lucky dog and be able to get it back the next time there's a caution. I believe he's battling the 88 of Crawl, I think, is the first one behind him when it comes to being a lap down. We'll see about that in a moment. It is
Gregory Tucker, 31st, 32nd. And Chase Crawl, you're talking about for the lead lap, that is?
Yeah, for the
one lap down.
Yeah.
So it's Truther and Crawl currently 34th, 35th. They're somewhat in the same boat together in the main group.
So, there's two cars between that 54 and 22. That's your battle for the lucky dog. And as we go, they pit at lap 48. So not very long before it's going to get to the point that you're just going to have to be in that position. Can't rely on a caution really quickly and quick pit stops to be able to save you on that one. They should be able to make it to around lap 90 or so when it comes to the fuel.
Top end. Oh, not the numbers they want. 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 with Kevin Champagne coming in. This is Malik Ray's race. Currently has led most of the event. Kenny Reel rides in second. I wouldn't be surprised if these are still the top contenders late. Here's Horley, and he's got company trying to get back on the lead lap.
01 shuts the door right in his face. Counts the first one in the lead lap to get himself up in that high line. Now down low, Reel with a push from Acevedo on the bottom. They're going to go side by side for the lead, kind of trapping the 22 there, but he's got that first spot on the racetrack a lap down. Crucial for him if he wants to get back into the contention of this race. Up top, Malik Ray goes down to the bottom again, and that leaves the 22 to try and side draft his way up forward if he can.
I just love it. Malik Ray does not care if Horley is a lap down or not. He is trying to lead everything, whether you're not even battling for position. Ford on Ford. Horley wants to get back on the lead lap because if a caution comes out and he is in front of Malik Ray, that gives Carlos Truther the opportunity to get back on the lead lap as well.
Well, and that's the thing is, if he has a nose in front, that is the best thing possible for that 54 car. That 54 needs to have the 22 get his lap back that way if he's not going to be able to pass him. Up front, Ray leads the way. 77 of Couch, though, he might not be, the 22 might not be on the lead lap. Couch is, and he's going for the lead. Just can't get it done with that 22 just yet.
And in lane 2, behind Jeff Perchatsky, behind the 54, Carlos Truther. Ray swipes to bound to the outside lane. Now gridlocking Horley unless he wants to make it 3 wide. Malik Ray, full command lead here at Daytona.
Well, and I think there's going to have to be a concerted effort to get in front of that 01 from a lot of the guys in this pack. You can't really do it on your own. He's so strong at these super speedways. He understands the draft so well. He gets a nose in front of that 22, but the 11 is the guy that's in second. Bottom line now getting the push once more. Numbers falling away up top. Only 4 of them now remain, battling the rest of the pack.
Man, this is just insane. I just continue to laugh at Malik Ray because I don't think he even knows Horley is a lap down. Yeah, he lapped him, and it doesn't matter to him. Watch Horley get a run on the outside lane. Oh, there you go. Gonna block him again. Continues this stride for stride move, and you want less drivers on the lead lap, including drivers you think will contend for the race win. Because Ray knows one more caution and Horley's in front of him. You bring Truther back into it as a lucky dog. Trap these guys a lap down. Make them work for it more when there's 40 to go.
It's a strategy move in a lot of different ways. And also, if you don't have to have anyone in front of you or beside you, much less of a chance of getting taken out in some kind of wreck if a mistake is made. So it's fun, but I think it does have a purpose to be played with it. Plus, he is just having a blast doing it.
Yeah, he is. He talks about the Alabama 500, Florida 500. Malik Ray does this for fun. He knows he can come in here, have a blast, race hard the entire time. And you know what? There's some people that may not like that driving style. He does. And you know what? Who's the one that's with him? Some of these money racers. We talked about money racers very briefly earlier. They come into these events together. They want to work together and then battle it amongst themselves. And some may say, well, what's the difference between that and Team TCB, Team T, PTSRI? Really not much. They're more like bounty hunters. They find these big events, they work together, and they want to make it be decided amongst themselves in the closing laps.
Well, and we have so many different kind of factions too. From your normal NR guys, to your guys who are bounty hunters, to your newcomers that jump on into this. Everybody has a different goal in these races. And Ray right now is accomplishing his to perfection so far. He has to have led the most laps in this race thus far. He's been so dominant as we've run 61 laps.
Yeah, you guys want to see how many laps? Who wants to take a wild guess how much Malik Ray has led? I think upwards of 30.
28. Up 31.
31 laps.
I was going to go 28.
And he has been really on it. Who's been the predecessor to him? Kenny Real has only led one, has mostly stayed in the tire tracks in pursuit of Malik Ray, but hasn't done much with it. More in formation than trying to attack.
Now all 3 that could have been going for the lucky dog were up in that top line. Crawl worked his way back up forward and now is going to try using the bottom to make his way past his 2 rivals when it comes to the lucky dog, when it comes to getting a lap back. 22 and 54 up top. That black car with the red stripes, the 88, he's got to get by that 54 that he's next to and the 22 to try and get back in the lead lap. We have another caution soon.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, there's Riker Byram, Silver Bullet, inside lane. Everett Couch, he's been working with Horley a lot. They're kind of just stuck there, right? Because those drivers on the outside lane, only 2 of them are on the lead lap. Now make it 1 because Struther's going to jolt back to the inside.
Yeah, I mean, they need to make up that ground on the 22 because at this point, nobody's getting past the 01. It's looking like the strategy of this race is to run single file on the bottom, let laps log around, avoid crashes, and that's what they've been really doing for the most part.
I don't think we've seen the last of Van Drugman. I don't think we've seen the last of Davis Lewis, Abraham Vila. Make it even Nathan Dew, Drew Jura. These are drivers that are on the lead lap, mostly riding around.
Shaver in 30th. Looks to be on his own. The 35 and 20 as well. Those 3, 40 seconds or so behind the leaders.
You can see the dots as they head into turns 3 and 4. This is going to make it interesting.
Watch as they exit, and you'll see those dots appear.
This is off turn number 4 for the dog leg, headed for the tri-oval. The short chute, heading to the tri-oval. It's about a 10.5 second gap. You can see him on the super stretch, no doubt about it, but I kind of want this to play out, right? Have these 3 drivers fight Horley, fight Crawl, fight Truther for that lucky dog. Team T doesn't want to see it, but at least for the ones that are watching back at home, not rooting for that segment of drivers, it could spice things up, including getting away from the single file train.
Well, if they're going to get past the 22, those lappers, they got to get past each other. He's now going to the bottom, the 88 of Crawl. He's trying desperately to make some kind of move, but every time he gets next to the 54, the 54's line goes. We see another blip from the 95. That's the 3rd one this race so far for Hector Collazo. Now Everett Cout's going to get a push from Crawl, but just 2 of them up there. They don't have the numbers to really battle their way up forward and stay there.
No, and you're still logging laps. You're working lap 65 onto lap 66, so 65 laps completed of this event. We still haven't seen the green flag stops, and we still have a long way to go, and that's the big thing. We were given a couple cautions early. We were given a couple incidents throughout this stint, but we haven't really gotten that halfway where we say, okay, guaranteed, these are the drivers that are going to be tough to beat, because I don't think we've seen the likes of the best drivers, minus Ray, minus Real. We really haven't seen Kevin Champagne go up there and log laps as the race leader like we're used to seeing.
Well, a lot of those guys towards the front, they're really guarding that double yellow line with their lives. And we saw it behind this group too. Top line forming up, getting more numbers as they run. And you see it on the intervals as well. 30th, 31st, 32nd. Those guys are losing little by little to the pack. This pack is going to catch them if the run goes green.
I think so too. Blink, Malik Ray, we kind of saw it off camera, goes back together before entering the 31 degrees of banking in turns 1 and 2. Kenny Real, once again, has been the ally. Ford, yeah, well, they were showing some strength there, at least early numbers. Closest one, Acevedo, Riker Byram, that's 3rd and 4th. Behind Malik Ray, behind the Toyota of Kenny Real.
Garza in 13th. He is the first one in that high line, trying to make some kind of move happen to get themselves up towards the front. Through the pack here, Barbagallo in the 5th spot. Has a bit of a gap now between himself and Dean Brummett, but they're starting to dice it up more and more.
I just think the cars are too unstable right now, and we're starting to see that slipping, sliding, drivers getting loose off turn 4. I'm speaking like this is old Daytona, right? But because of how much airflow is being thrown in, how dynamic the turbulence is with these spoilers on the next gen, how much drag is attributed to these cars, look at the unsettling moves. Douglas Newbane struggling to get the car to stick off turn number 2. That's why we see single files so much. It was hard-nosed racing very early on. The rude awakening to most, while some were not able to continue, make it where the sun starts setting. But Jarrett, we talked about it. It's not going to be that late golden hour like we've seen the last couple events.
Think of more like a 2002, 2004 Daytona 500 kind of look. Maybe 2015 for a more recent example. 2016, that kind of look to the event. So the track isn't going to change as drastically as it would, say, last year when we finished in the golden hour. It wouldn't be as drastically as years we finished at near nightfall. So they're going to have to battle this the rest of the way. There's really no reconciling this to well, we can maybe make up for it later. And you're starting to see the ones who are more comfortable with it, more comfortable with the guys they're drafting with, are staying up towards the front, and others who aren't as comfortable with maybe the ones that are drafting up there, playing it safe in the back. And you know, you see how this pack is for the most part single filing it out. You'd think you got those lappers coming up. They're about 43 seconds off the pace with Shaver, Gregory, and Tucker. You'd think it'd be pretty easy, right?
Right.
But what happens if one of them decides, well, we got to stay in front of them. We got to block them because there's not much of a place to get in. Now, that'll be important. If the 22 keeps leaving a big gap like that, they might have a place, one of them. But you're going to have your opportunity maybe to stay on the lead lap or get back on the lead lap, that is, if you block the right people when this group approaches you.
Yeah, we're starting to see these guys really come into view. So there's Shaver, Gregory, Tucker. They've not fallen off the pace like Frank Corley did when it was just one driver. I think the next 10 or so laps, and they're going to be hunted down very, very quickly.
Well, as soon as they get within about a second of them, they're going to start sniffing that draft a little bit. And they're already faster, and it's just going to speed it up as well. So what they're hoping for is one of these guys in this single file line makes a mistake, sort of like what happened that collected a few of the cars earlier on the backstretch. That way they can get their caution. If not, well, you know, they're just going to have to fight their way forward, and that's been pretty difficult so far.
You just got to work with what you got, right? That's what it comes down to.
Well, we pit on lap 48, John, and we're at lap 71 going on 72, which means we're about 15 or so laps away, maybe a little more if they've been saving from having green flag pit stops. So that's something all these guys got to think about as well, because we saw last year, we've seen in years past, that breaks up the pack a lot.
It's going to be interesting, mainly because they've been single file, right? So they're not clumped together 2 by 2, dicing and dancing on the pit road. it looks to be possibly a more orderly feeling, right? I mean, we've been really knocking the laps off the board since we've redropped the green flag, closing in on green flag pit stops. Do we see a possible 2x2 before they make the hard left?
We might. Let's see, though. I mean, even on the bottom, if you're staying in this draft, that's probably the smart way to go about it, is stay in said draft.
Brummett, Perchatsky, Couch, Champagne, buys. Benton, Mosteller, Adam Garza with Wilkerson, Acuna, with Drugman, Drew Jua, and Douglas Newbigging making up the top 18 as they mostly continue to ride around. This is the 2026 Florida 500, the 34th e-ticket event. Now, we've had a couple incidents so far in this race, but we haven't seen enough to really dogpile the pack. Late race restarts, going to turn the wick up naturally. We've already seen with this aero package, they can turn it up whenever they want. So when do you do it? When do you become that first driver to make a move outside of line if we stay green all the way to lap 200?
I mean, if you say to lap 200, then it just depends on the race flow. It depends on pits and pitting, and it depends on all of that. But the interesting part won't be to lap 200, it'll be to lap 85 or 90. Who in the back might say, hey, we got to make up some space. We got to make up some time, because if we have any issue, we're out. And speaking of out, the 95 just had a huge blink, went right down the leaderboard. That might have to be a penalty at this point, because it has been consistent, which is a shame because he's put together a pretty decent race so far, but you can't afford to have these kind of issues, and we made it a huge stressing point in the drivers' meeting. You can't have these issues.
So I'm looking at this right now. It's about a 29-car pack. Everyone else either off the pace or already a lap down. Hector Collazo originally dropped back there to focus on the blinking issue, so it's going to come down to what the admins want to do back there. Currently up front, it's single file, but it's very easy to hone in on that problem. Collazo back to the 26th position. There's no way he can make moves until he figures out what the underlying problem is.
Well, now 44 seconds is the gap from the leader to 30th through 32nd. They're quickly catching up to those three soon-to-be lap cars. You can see them on the super stretch. They're on the same straight for a good amount of time now. They're going to start picking up on that draft. They're going to start getting faster and faster towards them. Murphy,
that was 36.
Is a lap down. Now watch in the rear. They were almost in the tri-oval by the time that you could see them. Now they're not even in that turning area yet by the time you see them. So it's just going to get closer and closer and closer. The question at this point, because how slow it's been, do they get there by the time there's green flag stops for a lot of people? Because that's about 10, 12 laps. I think they do. But how will that affect it? They might meet up right around the same time.
Well, at that point, you start pitting with the main group and keeping an eye on the drivers that are already a lap down, because you know some of these drivers are going to make a mistake coming off pit road. They're naturally going to lose the main pack.
Do you take a chance then, if you're one of these guys in the pack lapped here, or one of those guys about to be lapped, pit first, have the speed, make it up on all of them, and maybe try and play out your cards that you're in front of them in the pack, or at least towards the front of the pack to try and stay on the lead lap.
That would be interesting.
Losing more time. I mean, you can see them every time they go by.
I don't know how they want to play this one. Inside lane, 56, Connor Murphy.
He'll be 2 laps down now in the 36th position. Last car still on the racetrack.
The only driver 2 laps down. Everyone else is either 1 lap down or on the lead lap, while Jason Hall, Jacob Malone, Finnegan Myers, and Lane Sanders are out of the event. 4 drivers of the 40.
Did you see Johnson on the leaderboard? 49. That was minus 000. Is that another blink? We're going to start seeing as they go green a long amount of time. Internet could play a factor. I mean, look at him down on the bottom still. That interval is not changing.
David Johnson currently, as of this moment, has blinked out of what could be this event. And they're not showing anything from 0-0 across the board because he may have been completely packet lost.
So we talked about crashes being attrition. There, yeah, he's gone. He's a lap down, out, as it looks. But we talked about attrition being a big deal in this race. It's not just those crashes. It's internet. It's getting shuffled out at different points and maybe being off sequence, different parts of it like that, different ways you can see attrition play its part, whether it be those on the track or in the pack. That's a big part of it. Another one of that front group gone. So 28 is the lead draft.
It's interesting because even from us, you can see the frame rate drop a little bit. Longer green flag runs, iRacing's time is set in, so the sun is setting, which means more CPU usage, more use of the GPU on the stream, right? There's a lot of systems moving right now. PC, a little bit lukewarm right now as well for us. For others, it could be red hot. So keep that in mind. Even though these aren't the in-person stock cars, we still run into mechanical issues on the sim. It's more or less the physical mechanical issues of CPU, GPU, overheating, a cat, unplugging a wheel, right? Just things like that happen out of the ordinary. Heck, we've had a driver break a hand once in an e-ticket event. We've had a driver's wheel catch on fire in an NR night in America. So these are not uncommon to see issues. It's just the issues themselves are very unique to sim racing.
Well, and we could be about 10 or so laps away, maybe either or, on the lap count of that, away from green flag pit stops. We have went through a near full green flag run. Maybe they've saved a little more. You can go further, roughly around 90 though. And you're also seeing 47 seconds back. You're going to start seeing this group catch up and sniff the draft of the 20 and that whole group from 29th to 31st. Well, and it's got to be a terrible feeling too if we do have a green flag stop, which we've seen in these events before. If you are alone, you're going to fall way quicker than these guys did. At least these guys had people to draft with, and that has saved them from being lapped way sooner than they otherwise would have been.
Frank Orley. Lap down there in the 22. There's Dean Brumley. Let's look at the speeds. 191 off the exit of turn number 2. Now, originally these cars were clocking 204 before the next-gen oval refresh, but Dean Brumley's out of the throttle. Clearly, because he wouldn't be going 192 halfway down the super stretch before hitting 194 quickly and then back down to 188. So these drivers are not at full throttle, at least as of this moment. Jackson Bynes 189. You expect Kevin Champagne to get a nice pull off turn number 4, and you can see the blip. The blip means they're not fully in the throttle. They're just coming in and out, coming in and out. So about 190, 192 miles an hour, at least as of this moment, with the fuel saving before coming to pit road.
So I could push it even further on, which would be really important if this is one of those races that has that green flag feel to it. And you're just seeing slowly but surely reeling in those 3. I wonder what their kind of strategy is going to be. Are they going to just, let him by, we can get him later? Or are they going to block? Or are they going to try and find a place in line, and we could have another issue like we had before of people trying to get in line? There's that big gap between Barbagallo and that 22. And I wonder if somebody might see the opportunity and try and make that work.
It's still about 48 seconds back to Tucker. I just don't see anybody making a move unless they plan on pitting directly with someone. And with the speeds now being lowered because everyone's in fuel save mode, and all eyes are going to be on pit entrance, because that's going to be where the big problems will sooner lie. Will drivers make mistakes coming on the pit road? Will they make mistakes coming off the pit road? And I think that's what everyone's kind of just waiting. It's that doomsday clock for some and that hopeful net gain for others.
Well, we'll see. I mean, again, all the way back to roughly 28th position is this pack. So we got 28 in that main pack, and that's not including the lap cars that are with them. But again, if they end up hitting and that spreads the field out more, it's going to be really important to stay with whoever that first pack is. We'll see. They're going to catch these guys probably pretty quick here. Starting to see 48.3, the difference between Tucker and Ray. And that's probably what, John, 2 seconds, if not maybe a little more of difference on the racetrack.
Yeah. And well, there they are. They're right there in view.
They should be getting them here. I mean, this goes right up to around where that fuel window is going to lie. So we'll see where this affects the leaders versus the lappers.
And so I don't expect Malik Ray and Kenny Rill to move. This is going to be the top 2 for quite some time. if anything happens, it's going to be Acevedo and Riker Marmon. I think they're very content running third and fourth, at least as of this moment. This is where it gets interesting. Now Mosteller is trying to make a move, and now he's got Jackson Byes as these drivers are setting themselves up in position to get ready for green flag pit stop.
Wilkerson going, Champagne going. So again, getting closer to the front, you'll be able, if you have green flag stops, not, you'll have a little more room for error. And you're starting to see a top line moving their way forward. Champagne in 8th, the top one at the moment. Now Byes leading the way with a push from Mosteller. Champagne goes up and top of him again.
I think if you can get a spot or two, it's going to be very beneficial. If you don't get a spot or two, you kind of just stuck where you are. But look at him, he's leapfrogging. Oh,
whoa,
and
man.
Champagne says thank you very much. Not for position, but unless machines you have to worry about, he's dicing his way up.
Look who's on the bottom, though, making up ground. There's that 54. This is the battle for the lucky dog before they hit these three. So, but the top line is getting the push as we go. Top 3 are clear still. If any of them want to make a move, they have the opportunity. Well, the 28 doesn't now. Top 2 can make a move if they want. Not going to let it happen.
Kevin Champagne, how about it? Way to spoil the party. New Ford leads, and it's the McDonald's 94.
And a great move then, at the end of the day, for the 22, who now is going to be well in front of his competition to stay the first one a lap down. If he doesn't get the lap back himself, again, take a caution, but they're dicing it up. That could happen. Byes to the lead at the line. He has it, but he's going to get split. Mosteller to the high side. He's got the push with Garza. And now they're 3 wide, catching up to this group. Gonna have to get it sorted out. It's not like Talladega. You can't go 4 wide easily at Daytona. It's much more narrow of a racetrack.
2 by 2. And it's on. When it went from the sleeping giant of logging laps, getting popcorn, coming back, Mosteller, the drive for 5, alive in lane number 2.
Important to note, too, depending on how this goes, Lewis and Vila have fallen off the main pack. Now 2 cars all on their own, about 7 seconds back. We got our first pitter. I think that's Barbagallo.
Yep, Donna Barbagallo on his own, but how about this race for now the lucky dog position? You put 3 abreast. Shaver, Champagne on the outside with Horley, Tucker downstairs, that's with Michael Gregory.
That's exactly what a lot of these guys needed. So the first 4 cars in the pack are they're at the tail end of the lead lap now. Great move on their part. Leader of this race is Champagne on the high side. Byes now in that Subway Surfer.
Ooh, man, it's going to be interesting to watch this one because they still have to find a way to pit road. I don't expect Shaver. I don't expect Gregory to dice in with Tucker as well. But the driver stuck on the outside lane. Their target point is within a couple laps or so. So, inside,
we got a bail.
Malik Ray, here they come.
All right, we got the first 4 in. That's going to open the door for some of these guys in the pack to move down. They do. Oh, there's contact entering.
Kenny Real, Georgiou, how does that affect Malik Ray?
So far, the opening half of this race for Georgiou has just been as bad as it can be. Everything seems to go wrong at different points whenever it's going well. Still dicing it up towards the front. Champagne and Mosteller up top was 1 and 2, meaning that was those 3 on the bottom. Tail end of the lead lap. We're catching another one. We're going to see this dicing because there's been guys pitting as well.
Move to the bottom, Champagne.
Oh, Garza. He wanted it. He wanted to get down there, nowhere to go. Let's see who bails this time. A few more.
Shaver, the lap cars.
Smaller groups though. They so far have come in groups of 4 to 7 thus far.
This is really going to spread things out. Kenny Real is still on pit road. He did not leave the pit stall.
How much damage did he get on entry then? Oh.
Wow.
That's a killer.
So he's going to be trapped a lap down.
Oh, most definitely. Up front, 22, tail end of the lead lap. These guys have single filed it out. I would not be surprised if we see a land rush into the pits. Remember, if it's off the racing surface, it's not a caution. So these guys got to be slow, steady, careful as they enter in. It's single file. There's a few more.
Let's do it again. Mikey G is...
Oh, Benton missed it. The 9 looked to try and go down. He's going to lose time as well.
Chase Crawl is on pit road.
A critical mistake for Benton. I mean, he was right up there with this group, but missed the pits, loses a few seconds now. And you're seeing just how spread out the field is. There's Dew on his own. Just, I wouldn't say sloppy on the calls, but just very discombobulated when it comes to the strategy of staying together. Oh, and we got a huge speed difference here with the 30 and the 22. Malik Ray blocking him. Oh, I don't think Frank Horley's going to be happy about that.
He always puts the nose or the rear on the nose of Frank Horley, and here they come.
There they go. There's more of them in the back. Slow it down, nobody spin. Oh, there goes Dean Brumman right around Guy Collymore. The 12 is around as well, and there goes Schmidt. Oh, just as bad as you can possibly do it for some of these guys going in. Not all their own fault, but...
Will Schmidt have to miss his stall?
Oh, if he has to go back around. This is going to
so. He was
shuffle.
on the lead lap, so his pit stall should, or he led the field to green.
But if he stopped, he had already went around.
Oh, man.
So just, what terrible luck for some of these guys. And look how spread out things are going to be. Of course, some will come back together.
How about Doug? Man, what a call by Douglas Newbigging. He'll be the only one to pit, but he picked up the drop. This could work with how separated everything is.
I just want to see how this all comes back together. This group that's exiting is probably the best and most well put together group. They're going to have the draft. You see Kevin Champagne. He's going to slow back down a little bit, make sure that Mosteller and Wilkerson can keep up with them. And we'll see on the leaderboard really quick. We'll see how quickly Ray can catch up in the 01, the leader of the race, before we saw how this all shuffled out. I mean, shuffle is probably a nice way of putting it. I mean, look how spread out everything has gotten.
Oh, unbelievable.
That's why I say you can never miss a moment.
So 4 drivers together. Douglas Newbigging, how does he come out? He will come out virtually the race leader, but when they come back around, it's going to be Kevin Champagne, Daniel Mosteller, Jacob Wilkerson, and Adam Garza as the front 4. Newbigging on his own. He'll be somewhat in the groups and leapfrogging other machines by just being the last one to pit.
So as we're looking at it now, it's looking like, and again, very early to say this, still in the first half, but if they wanted, if they could go long and green with this, make it an 04 Daytona 500 kind of look, 2 stops. That's what they would need. Now, long way to go. I doubt they make it green all the way. We'll see about that, but I mean, look how spread out it is. It's just small pockets of cars all the way scattered through the pack.
Look at this, Douglas Newbigging up to 6.
Great move.
Not being in the main group and realizing there's enough lap machines to draft off of.
Yeah, great move, smart move on his part. And it's going to make a huge, huge difference. But I mean, look how many more are a lap down now. We went from having 28 on the lead lap to 24. And a lot of them are 20 seconds back of this main group. So smart moves by a lot of these guys. Now, if Doug can get a draft off a Chase Crawl, that might be able to keep him with this front 5.
So there he is.
I don't think he's gonna.
No.
Now, Crawl will, and that will keep him, I believe, the first car lap down, unless he lost another one. I think he lost another lap in that cycle.
So Doug will lose a couple of spots here. Oh, man, that was a longer line than I thought.
Yeah. It's time to go. You got to keep it together and try and catch those front 5.
But you know what? I think he's going to be in line. It's still a big net game from what was originally, and I still think Group 2 can catch up to Group 1.
By the way, Barbagallo 7 laps down. Is he off the track?
He's on the track, but it's not looking good. Something must have went broke for the 17.
Heartbreaking way for it to end off.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Top 5, lap machine, Chase Crawl, making 6 drivers in a pack. Braden Movick has the lap machine of Jeff Acevedo, as well as Michael Gregory, Gavin Austin, Everett Kaus, Kenny Reel, Riker Byram. I believe that is Joseph Tucker and Douglas Newbigging. It's going to be an 8v6 to see who can close that gap.
They're closing it.
And guess what?
A little bit.
Group number 3 is coming together as well. So there's going to be more in a herd, which will soon be the supercell of Group 2 ahead of Group number 1.
But here's the important part. Even if all these front 3 come together, that's 18 on the lead lap. 18 lead lap cars instead of what was previously 28 lead lap cars right before we got to the pit stop. So that was huge in who could be competing for this race, because a lot of that back group, if they fall off the pace more, if more of them fall off, they could get lapped. And that will be a big, big change, even if there's a caution as this goes.
There's Mosteller hooked up the Champagne.
Oh yeah, and those guys back there are falling back quick. So that's going to be very interesting on how that all shakes out. Yeah, so they have caught up. That third group has caught up to the second one, into the big group. A lot of lap guys in there as well, and they're probably going to reel these 6 in, I'd say, in the next 5 or so laps, just past halfway. Oh, another blink for Tucker.
Joseph Tucker having a blink.
He had one early in the race as well. Whoa, counts! Play it safe, because they got the speed, they got the numbers, they can pick up the draft and get there. Don't want to have any unnecessary. Oh, and the 95, that might be it for the 95. It has to be at this point. That's been about the 4th time. 28's been shuffled out up towards the front of this pack, so I believe Muvik leads the way now, with Gavin Austin right behind him.
Yeah, so they're still looking at Hector Collazo with his blinking issues. He is sitting in the 10th position. It looks like he may have to get out. And the worry about the blinking is with, certain areas, bandwidth being lower because of the snow. We saw in that last couple events, drivers are struggling with racing against each other. Now, iRacing does have a thing where if you continue to blink, there becomes an issue and they can go ahead and throw you out. But at this point, with the drivers asking for bandwidth issues becoming so prominent, including these big events with money on the line, to take care of the ones that aren't taking care of the internet.
Now, because of all the dicing and everything going on, Muvik and that group have fallen back half a second and are continuing to fall back from these 6 drivers who are just racing cleanly, keeping it single file, having a bit of a gap between each other. So that's big. I mean, look at that. 3.3 seconds now is the gap. Now, they might be saving as well. That's important to note. But there is a gap growing between these two groups.
Gregory in the middle. Austin in the middle.
3 wide for a moment as we enter the tri-oval. They settle it all out. Johnson going 4 laps down in 35th position.
This time by, we say welcome to halfway in the Florida 500. Currently 10-11 on the East Coast. Daytime in the sim, and still a lot of racing left to go. Kevin Champagne, Daniel Mosteller, those are the race leaders. We're continuing to watch group number 2 as now they're starting to dice it up and forming into 2 separate trains.
But now they're starting to catch back up little by little. They got more numbers. That's Gregory in front of Austin, leading the way. Austin, the first one in this group, on the lead lap, with Riker Byram right behind him.
Champagne on the bottom. Austin right with him. Riker Byram down there as well. Frank Corley top side. It's the 11 Kenny Reel. Top side, it's the 01 Malik Ray. And Braden Muvik riding in 9th. Douglas Newbigging riding in 10th.
A lot of heavy hitters in this pack. Muvik, somebody who is always a threat to win in these races. Last year, Braden Muvik was, I would say, in a great position to contend for the win of this race. In that final 11 or 12 guys up at the front in the last 10 laps.
Oh, the trouble! Frank Corley into the outside wall. Got right hooked and slammed. Everyone else scatters as a Acosta wave as we reach the halfway point of the event.
Or maybe not. There it goes.
And down goes Frank. Acuna with damage, Christian Delgado. And the question is, who got the lucky dog?
Well, we'll find out that really quick. Kenny Reel in the 11. So Kenny Reel in the 11 over Gregory, Acevedo, Tucker, Shaver, and from there, just more and more falling off.
And that is the 3rd caution Team T has been a part of, at least as the primary suspect. Yeah, that's right. They're actually 4 for 4. They've been in 4 cautions. Nathan Dew, Carlos Truther, and now Frank Corley, I believe, has been a part of possibly 2. And a terrible hit to the outside wall.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. There's Carlos Truther.
That is...
Oh, man, they both got damage.
That is 2 drivers who have not had the race that they anticipated having, and it is showing big time. Just been a struggle all day for both of these 2.
And the TNT Civil War starts on the front of Daytona Beach.
The state of their cars and tempers, I think, are showing just how their night has gone.
Man.
I mean, are neither of these guys on the lead lap?
No.
Yeah, these are 2 guys that competed for the win of the last e-ticket event here.
Let's take a look back. There's Carlos Truther in the grass. Frank Corley. There's the 22 on the inside. We'll watch here. Did he get help from Tucker, or did he just go up? Yeah, he did. He went up right into Van Drugman, and nowhere for Carlos Truther to go.
Same for Acuna. Had nowhere to go in the 40. All right, so they're pitting at lap 103. So still roughly a 2-stop race as we go. That's the longest run I believe, we haven't had green flag pit stops in a long time in this event. 2023.
No, we always got close, and then something would always be amiss.
I think longest green flag stop since green flag run since 2023 of over 55 laps.
Let's talk to Frank Orley. Orley, John Ramos, what happened?
Well, that was a disaster. I should be on blame on you because you picked me.
I'm not in control of your car.
Dude, I cleared myself. I was getting desperate. I wanted to get the free pass, and I just put myself in that position. And then I thought I maybe had a little bit of a hole there with Van, and then I was not clear. He tried to lift. We talked about it already. He's all good with it, but unfortunately, I ended my race and I ended 40's race. So Team T is going to have probably a very heated meeting on Monday. He spent that whole yellow trying to intentionally wreck me, 40. So, yeah, unfortunately, that was just a disaster of a race. That's the worst e-ticket I've ran. I mean, for me personally, in God knows how long. But we'll be back, I don't know, for Alabama 500 or something. But I apologize to my fans. I apologize to everybody watching. I put on a disaster class today.
Frank Corley, the dry spell continues. Let's go ahead and chat with Carlos Truther. Truther, unfortunately, involved again. What happened? Carlos Truther, John Ramos, you got a copy?
Yes.
Unfortunately involved again in another incident. What happened?
It's one of the most incompetent moves I've ever seen in my life out of him. You know, we talk about this. We have team meetings every day. Team meetings every day we sit through. Hours on end. Just for him to go and pull that bullshit one lap down on lap, what, 99? He wasn't even close to being clear. Takes out me, and he's going to tell me not to wreck him. Get out. The audacity on this guy. And the chat's baiting me too. Chat's gonna sit there and bait me for 30 years on end about this. Steering wheel's upside down, car's destroyed, and Ty Gibbs is never gonna win a race. That's what it all comes back to, is I'll never see Ty Gibbs win a race.
And the Lion is out of the Florida 500.
Oh no, it's still kicking. It's just destroyed.
The Lion is kicking in the Florida 500.
We're close to parking it. It got a lot of damage on it. We're gonna see how it holds up, but maybe there's a miracle waiting to happen.
Oh, we've seen crazier.
Never a dull moment.
Never a dull moment with that team, I'm telling you.
Oh man, we're about to go back to green, by the way.
Well, the Freedom Chat has had one heck of 104 laps of watching this one. We'll try it again. Forward on Chevrolet, that is the front row. Riker Byram, with Daniel Mosteller back green here from Daytona.
Solid restart, bottom line. Getting it pretty well organized up top, though. You got Malik Ray, Riker Byram fighting the good fight. And here comes Jeff Perchatsky and the rest of the outside line to the rescue.
Yeah, they're trying to make something work. Inside lane, Jackson buys. Inside lane, Mosteller. No shot. The outside lane works on the restart and thunders right to the race lead into turn 3.
Those two were hooked up from the beginning. Right, bumper to bumper. And that's how they stay. 1-2 now on the racetrack. Perchatsky trying to lead the charge with Gavin Austin and defending champion of this race, Kai Collymore, and they almost all wrecked. Kept it together, and they're going to keep it going. 5th, 7th, and 9th.
Perchatsky hand over fist, and the West Coast driver continues to chug along. He's got the Arizona native in view with the Chevrolet Camaro. Behind Kai Collymore, no big change, but Jeff Perchatsky like to win one for San Diego.
Oh, and there's that run. Perchatsky has it. He's going to get up to 2nd. Doesn't he have enough to clear Malik Ray? He does. Huge push by those 5 up top. Lewis now joins as well in the 4th spot. That one car been MIA for about 100 laps. He's joined the fight. Acuna, who was just involved in the wreck, up to 6th. But 1-2, Perchatsky, Gavin Austin, Kai Collymore to 3rd. There goes Malik Ray up to the top spot. He's going to try and charge back to the front.
Oh, man. What do you do here? I mean, these boys have awoken halfway through this event.
I mean, there's less than 100 to go. It's time to get yourself in position. We brought the pack back together. Right now, we're watching on the leaderboard, the top, I'd say, 25 to 27 on the lead lap of this race. So, new life brought into a lot of these drivers' races.
Kai Collymore, Davis Lewis, Riker Byram, Diego Acuna, Christian Delgado, and Daniel Mosteller making up the top 10. Jeff Perchatsky, the race leader, off turn number 4. Austin jumps to the outside. Chevrolet on Chevrolet again. It is wild and hot here in Daytona as Gavin Austin takes the race lead to turn 1.
Don't you know Gavin Austin is hungry for a win in one of these e-ticket events after being oh so close last year at Talladega. Had it until the last possible moment, leading this race with just over 90 laps remaining. Malik Ray all over his back bumper. He throws the block, has it down low, keeps the lead through the super stretch.
It's holding on. Gavin Austin in the Nerd Chevrolet, originally sponsored by Wendy's when he picked up the 22 and then back to the 2. Malik Ray, eSport driver, money racer. Davis Lewis in the fray, new number as well. Storylines continue to amp up here, working now lap 109 of 200.
Lewis trying to make the move. Top line has really fallen off a little bit more. We see a car coming off from the pits.
I think that was Kenny Real.
I think it was as well. 3 laps down, not a good spot to be in at all for that number 11 car. Up front, though, great spot for Gavin Austin, Malik Ray, Jeff Perchatsky, Kai Collymore. They've cleared on the bottom. Top line falling and falling. Maybe not fast, but not enough to compete. Another blink in the field. We're seeing little bits of them, and we're going to see it as the night goes. That's the attrition of the Florida 500.
It's going to be fun to see. It's been a heck of an event so far. 27 drivers left on the lead lap of the 40 that took the green flag. Still officially 4 out of the race. Dominic Barbagallo off with 21 laps down. But we have seen the shuffles, we've seen the swing, and they're back single file. Not a lot of trust in the competitors, not a lot of trust in the race cars past the halfway point of the event.
Well, you wonder if Malik Ray is going to want to sit in line or if he wants to just take the lead. He's shown all night that he does not have really any need to have anyone in front of him. There goes the one of Lewis around. Mosteller's involved in it as well. Caution flies again. Looked like self-clear, maybe. We'll see the replay.
2 drivers going for a loop. I don't think there was any damage on the 87.
We'll see.
But Davis Lewis,
he still stopped.
Hanging out. I think what he's trying to do is making sure every car goes by before he gets fired. Caution waves. It'll be around 90 laps to go, so it's 91 to go at the time of the yellow.
Right up towards the front. That's going to be great news for a lot of these guys trying to get back on the lead lap.
So what happened?
It's this moment. You're desperate. You got to get back down to the bottom. You'd think, no.
There's a check
No.
on Acuna. Ooh, damage from Christian Delgado.
That was odd.
It was almost like he wanted to let him in line.
It's like they both almost checked up in the same spot.
So you can go ahead and take the blame off Davis Lewis. It's just Acuna that came off the track.
Yeah. Delgado got some pretty big hits on that Hardy's machine.
Daniel Moss-Sellers slide, flat spots, all 4 Goodyear tires. And now we sit, we wait, because we know we got 90 laps to go in the Florida 500. Jarrett, 1/2 down, a second half still to go. What can you kind of diagnose from that first half of this event?
I mean, if they keep it clean, they can keep it green. It's just a question of, again, as we get to this ending portion of the race, you're going to see the aggression ramp up a little bit more. They've been showing, I would say, a pretty fair amount of patience, and that can only last, I think, so long. So with 90 to go, and we'll see if any more of them pit or do anything like that. We'll probably get back going with like 88 or so to go. I can see that, and they're all pitting, which will probably be really good for a lot of those waiver rounds.
Now this would put them in somewhat of a fuel lottery situation. You know, some of them are going to try to pit again, but you're not going to be able to make up 10 or so laps.
I mean, you could save 3 on one run, 3 on another. You can gas and go at the end.
Possibly, yeah.
Because they said, some of them said that if they go full on fuel saving the entire run, they can go 43 laps. And there's 89 to go. Well, it's 43 plus 43, that's 86. It's 3 laps of difference. Just
pretty interesting.
Maybe a second of fuel and go. Make a difference at the end. But again, they got to make it that far green, and that's heavy doubt.
Jackson Byers, Riker Byron, Jeff Prochatsky, Kai Collymore, Bryce Ben, William Schmidt, Malik Ray, Michael Gregory, Adam Garza, Jacob Wilkerson.
That's your top 10.
We get to see what Jackson Byers wants to do. Well, caution is out yet again, and you know, it's a perfect opportunity to go ahead and interview some drivers. We have not heard from Braden Bubbick tonight. Bubbick, John Ramos, you got a copy. It's been a little bit tough to go ahead and get Braden Bubbick here tonight. Let's try it again. Bubbick, John Ramos, you got a copy.
Hello.
How you doing?
I've been better.
All right, well, we haven't talked to you the first half of this event. What's there to expect for the final 89 laps?
Oh, God. All hell to break loose. I was supposed to pass the other side, my fault. Yeah, just a lot of pushing, shoving. I can't believe we just were single file, so I don't even want to know what we're going to do. Double file. Yeah, I've been chilling so far, saving my car. I have 1X now, so we're going through the grass to avoid a big one. So, but I got the spins, so I'm struggling.
Yeah, I heard it is your birthday.
It is big 2-1.
All right. Well, do you think you're going to celebrate by going to victory lane?
Maybe. I already had some margaritas, so if I win, I'm getting another one.
Oh, no. We do not condone drinking and driving. Just want to make that
I'll say happy birthday, too. Got some good news for your team as well today, I saw.
I know. It's like the Corey Heim Roval win render came out. This is like the best birthday ever.
Happy birthday, man.
Thank you, Jared. Maybe mourn the firing of Quasi in happiness.
That'll be a great way to do so. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, that is him. He seems a little happy right now.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
Byron, Prochatsky, Collymore, Benton, Schmidt, Ray, Gregory, Wilkerson, Garza, and that of Van Drugman will make up the top 10. All right, we're past the halfway point in this event. Things to get exciting. Do they continue to mount up? Ford, Chevrolet on the front row. It's the one to go. Ford Chevrolet, let's try it again from the World Center of Racing. Ryker Byram has not led a single lap tonight up until this point. He's got the Mustang on the bottom. That's the Coors Light machine. HVTV Chevrolet. You wonder why there's a Honda logo next to Prochatsky. He works for the IndyCar Honda organization. Trying to bring a win here in Daytona Beach. Matt Green to the Florida 500.
Well, Silver Bullet not too quick on the draw. Side by side goes Prochatsky, but the push from Benton. Kai Collymore giving that push to that Coors Light Ford.
Prochatsky on the outside, still lined up with Benton. Byram on the inside, lined up with Kai Collymore. No one has jolted out from the top four. Outside lane peaking, that was the machine top. Mosteller was looking for an opportunity. Same with Acevedo, who was the first to look at a line, but nothing to get from it.
Even as they go through 3 and 4, but the advantage goes to the bottom line. They have it. Top two clear. Is there going to be any more? Not yet. And who is that in third? William Schmidt has shown up. You know that it's going to get time to get to the pay window pretty soon because he doesn't show up until this part of the race.
Yeah, William Schmidt's like the white rabbit, right? Once he's up there late in an event, you know the clock is ticking and time is coming to a close for some. So Schmidt's P3 after leading the field of green in this event, lost a good bit of ground back, but now loses all helping hand. Wilkerson top end, that's going to be with Gregory.
And there goes Byram up to the top. He's going to get the blocks. So down low, Collymore going for the lead with help from William Schmidt. A lot of gap between them. Right behind them, Malik Ray trying to come to the rescue of that bottom line. Up top goes Gregory. He's going to go to the lead. He's going to at least try to. They're going to split Schmidt in the middle and the back there. Gregory leads that lap.
Michael Gregory gets it done. It's going to be Ryker Byram on the bottom. He'll get aid. That's going to be from Kai Collymore, but loses second, third, and fourth in the process.
Well, just a lot of shuffling early in this run, and I think this is where you realize it's going to be pretty straightforward for the most part to the end. You know, there might be cautions, there might be green, there might be whatever, but for the most part, you know who's going to do what.
And with 85 laps to go, there's still a lot of opportunity in the air for things to go amiss, things to go right for some. And we've already seen we're being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Carlos Truther, right outside lane, Horley goes around. Other drivers involved in an incident, Lane Sanders very early on in an event. Some of these guys are still hyper-fixated and self-aware to where they don't want to make any events work. They don't want to make any moves work. They're just riding a line on the inside.
And you're starting to see Van Drugman now. He's joined the fray. Up top, though, Prochatsky going to try and reassemble that high line, make a move towards the front, not really making too much ground up yet. But they're not losing a bunch. That's what I've noticed tonight. That a lot of these guys don't lose a bunch of ground. They might not make it up either.
Gregory, Wilkerson, Garza, all three are Toyotas. Drugman, Byram, Collymore, all three Fords. That makes up the top six. Next Toyota is William Schmidt back to ninth, and they have now settled on in. Do you start fuel saving?
I mean, I think you have to just because we've seen this race go green for a while. We've seen it happen early in the race, and it very well could happen again. We saw it happen last year with this race, and it was right at that edge of a fuel window, but they made it work to the end. With this one, like I said before, 89 to go is when they pit. You can make it roughly 40 to 43. And you do that math, and that last pit stop is coming in the last 10 laps of this race, maybe as late as 2 to go. So you do have to think forward about that. We've seen these kind of races play out before, but at the same time, you know, you get to about the next 3 or so laps, and you're safely at a one-stop race to the end of regulation.
It's going to be tough to see. Now, we do have overtime if needed. We don't want to use overtime. We'll use it if we have to. That's one of the things that we see on the iRacing side. Jared and I talked about before. When you think of Daytona eSport events, you think of, oh, it's going to be a 2-lap dash, I'm just going to tune in. What we've been able to materialize at this event is, hey, that's not always the case, right? You may want to watch a 40 to go because your best driver, your best mate may be gone just because he lost the draft or the fuel window didn't open at the right time for the strategy. So that's something that we've always wanted to keep an eye out for. Overtime, yes, only if it's absolutely needed.
Agreed. And part of this too is even if we have more cautions, this pack, John, is actually smaller now than it was on the final restart with 40 to go in last year's race.
Wow.
So the more you take away from that pack, you'd think the more chances of getting cautions you'll take away later because there's just less people out there to make those mistakes. Gregory now leading with Wilkerson and Garza, who has been kind of MIA in a lot of this race. He led a ton last year, was up front at the white flag. Not really been a factor too much of this race. Now showing his head late in this event.
Trying to see how it all works. Jacob Wilkerson in the second position. Adam Garza, Riker Byram, that is third and fourth. Kai Collymore, William Schmidt. Mosteller, Van Drugman, Malik Ray, Jeff Perchatsky ending up as the top 5, top 10. 80 laps to go from Daytona. Michael Gregory back out in front.
And that's got to be a lonely, lonely position for Van Drugman. Nobody up front, up top with them. He's going to have a gap between Gavin Austin and it looks like Kevin Champagne. If he wants to take it, he's gonna.
Inside move, the 12 of Van Drugman. All right, back to the single file. Everyone's got a story, right? Riker Byram, West Texas guy, Adam Garza coming in late, Jacob Wilkerson, almost won the Lassie ticket event, the Great American 500. But Michael Gregory, right? He was a college student, decided to go into a trade out there in South Carolina. Was with Zach Todriff's team in the Toyota, originally was from Toyota to Ford, back to Toyota. He's kind of been all over the place. A year ago in this event, he was nowhere to be seen. I mean, he was way in the back. A completely different script for him so far at this stint of the race.
Yeah, and we've seen that a lot of these guys have a different script in this race compared to last year's 4 to 500, NWP 400. So, and now it's about how do you position yourself? Which ones of these guys have been in this position more often before?
And that's the interesting thing. Where does it work? Where does it fly? Collymore a peek below the WL line.
That is legal.
Just seeing what's going on up front. And now here's the new thing too, right? We talked about Kenny Reel and Malik Ray working together, how they dominated. Top 3 are working together. Garza's not going to move for Wilkerson. Wilkerson's not going to move for Gregory. They want to decide it amongst themselves. That is a group. They're in a Discord call. That is one team. What happens for Riker Byram and Kai Collymore? When do you move these guys? When do you get them fluctuating like you see a little bit deeper in the field with Drew Chua, with Christian Delgado?
When you're seeing major moves too by that 38, and you've seen a lot of those today for him, but the problem is he's the first one a lap down. He's still a lap down. He's been off the lead lap, I want to say the majority of this race. It just has been not the greatest for him. He could turn his fortune around, but he doesn't want to be the reason the caution came out either.
Collymore P5, and we're starting to hear the speed difference a little bit. They're backing up. So they're in fuel save mode right now, which has prompted some of these guys up there to not want to fuel save. Here we go. Mosteller moves up to 5th. And you're kind of placing your bet that they're not going to have another caution. That's the inside lane, while the others are saying, oh, yes, we are. And they're thundering their way to the front. Mosteller, Malik Ray, and Van Drugman, 3 e-ticket champions on the outside of turn 2.
Very surprised of any of those guys in the top line. They're all the ones we'd expect to be more aggressive when it comes to the strategy they take in this race. Mosteller to the lead. And we're seeing aggressive moves as well. Van Drugman barely cleared his way, but he's up there with Malik Ray in second. Look at Jua go. He is trying to get it back the hard way. Malik Ray to the high side, gets the 38 picked up behind him, going to be side by side, leads that lap over Mosteller.
Malik Ray from top to bottom, and Drew Jewell would like to get back on the lead lap. Braden Mulvick shoving the forward into turns 1 and 2. Knowing it's not for position, but for the first time tonight, Braden Mulvick is at the set top head of the herd here at Daytona International Speedway.
Happy birthday, Braden Movick. You're going to lead this race. Do you have it to the line? Acevedo might have something to say about that. Stays behind him with Delgado, and up front as well as Acuna comes back into the fight.
Oh man, he saw Christian Delgado shoving and pushing the pusher. Had to bail out. Acuna. And back there in fourth, Jeff Acevedo. Do you want to lead now or do you want to wait? 75 laps to go, and it's McVice up front.
Again, happy birthday, Braden Movick, leading that lap. But how long is he going to stay up there? Drew Jua, again, lap down, but he's trying to make moves. Stay up in front of any competition he has with Lucky Dog. Murphy, by the way, in the 56. They are quickly catching him as a lap car. That'll play a factor in how this whole pack siphons out.
I kind of like this, right? This debate. Who's the better driver, Braden Movick or Daniel Mosteller? If Movick wins today, he will tie Daniel Mosteller as the most wins in e-ticket events at 4. If he doesn't, it's 3 versus Mosteller's 4. But Most is right there in the drive for 5. I mean, it's there. It's very much alive. So let's start that debate in the chat. Who's the better driver in Enter Night in America, Mosteller or Braden Movick? What do you think?
I'm going to ride the fence on this and let them prove it themselves in this race. But it very much is the NR version of Petty Pearson. They are just the best of the best, and they prove it every single e-ticket event. Up front, yeah, that might have been a guy moving out of line. That's Drew Jua. He's off the lead lap, so the bottom 4 are all on the lead lap. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's Movick, Acevedo, Delgado, and Acuna. Behind them, Everett Counts has joined the fight in the top 5. That's that 77 monster. And it is a monster flying up through the pack.
He's downstairs with Malik Ray. Carlos Schuther back out on the racing surface. How many laps down is he? My goodness, Jarrett, he's on the lead lap in 9th. Was back to 10th. How did he zombify this race car to get it back going with 73 laps to go?
That might be the miracle he was talking about in our interview. Never a dull moment, and he is not out until it says out on the leaderboard.
Unbelievable. And Team T has not heard a bell.
Oh, I don't think they know what a bell is at this point.
No.
They hear bell, they say, Christopher?
So here's some history on Team T. They started as a trolling group on NASCAR Heat 5. We're just going to go ahead and unveil everything. I don't even care at this point. They trolled the likes of, some guy named IDK Player, right? Michael Maroots, Joey Stone, a couple other YouTubers we won't mention. But they started that. And when they got into iRacing, it was like, oh, no. And they said, listen, John, we have jobs now. We're older now. We just want to race. And oh boy, did they want to race.
Well,
boy, did they show it.
Yeah, bring out how young they were when they were in that troll group.
Right, they were about 14, 15, 16 years old. When they're doing that. Now they're adults. Now they're paying rent. Now a lot of them are in college, or they have either have jobs that they don't. They're in college. They're focusing on things. They have their life in a way where they don't even troll anything. They just want to have fun. They want to race. They have these group chats. They go to races. They're going to the Coca-Cola 600 this year as a group. But they want to win this one so badly because of multiple things. 1, prestige. 2, to show that, hey, guess what? I may make fun of you. I might be funnier than you. I may just beat the back door off you, and I'm still going to win the race. Kind of like that old Miami Hurricanes early 2000s era of we're going to smack you down and then we're going to win. That's how they act. And it's show where Nate Do, all things are done, wins the LCQ. Carlos Struther, where was he? Helps Braden Movick. Next thing you know, they're going to Talladega with the winnings of the event.
He's 6th! He's 6th position, and he is about to... Oh my gosh, he is about to get into the top 5. He is right there on the top. Look at the front of that race car. It's not there.
Unbelievable. And these...
Oh, Movick! He had contact there with Drew Jua. Sorry, John, I about had my heart leap out of my mouth there because they almost crashed the entire field. Wow. And they're still bumper to bumper.
Not what you want to see. And that's the thing, these guys hang out together. You'll see them at Daytona sometimes. You'll see them at different tracks. Carlos Struther, the sim racing world is watching as he'll fall in line in front of Malik Ray. Those two have had history in times past. But as of right now, sitting 1-2.
And look who just took the lead after being basically out of the pack. Tucker now to the lead.
I don't know.
Oh, man. Oh, that McVice car almost ate a Tide Pod.
With 2 lap machines ahead.
They're just barely on the lead lap when it comes to Drew Jua and Kenny Reel.
Acevedo, Acuna, Couch, Truther, Malik Ray. Mosteller waits in the wake. Look at these cars. All the dirt, the grime, the dust on the nose. Some battle-driven.
A lot of them scraped and beaten up, but still going. How about Delgado up in the 3rd spot? Been really consistently in the top 15 or so of this pack for a good amount of the race so far. Putting together a really solid race.
Can't believe it. How he's just been able to be consistent. How he's just been able to go with the flow of things. And to think, with 68 laps to go, the ones we thought that were down and out are up and in. And some that we thought would dominate are now sitting outside the top 5.
Well, we now have a 29-car lead pack of lead lap cars, all the way back to Shaver, I believe it is, in 29th position. So a lot of these guys have been brought back into the fold, and if they're able to stay in front, Reel and Jua, they will be real contenders in this race.
Yeah.
If they can just stay on the lead lap. That's been the biggest problem all day. They're just not on the lead lap.
Sanders Racing Designs, sponsor of the Fastest Lap Award here for this e-ticket event. So far, we've seen nothing but speed out of these drivers until it is time to go ahead and fuel save.
Well, and look at that gap between Tucker and Mubbock. And that is, I think, the difference of going all out and fuel saving.
And I think you got to save here, because for some of these guys, you know, listen, 40 to go, there's no guarantee of a caution. 67 to go, there's no guarantee of a caution.
We saw it last year.
But you want to put yourself in position. I think that's where Truther realized if you can go ahead and leapfrog a couple of these drivers, looks good.
We're roughly about halfway through this run on the fuel side of things. About halfway through this run. At that point, if we make it to a green flag pit stop, you have to talk about who can make it to the end and how they can make it to the end.
A lot of things to look at. So Tucker leads for now. Here's the driver inputs by Christian Delgado. Driver inputs by Braden Mubbock.
Yeah, mid-180s.
And he'll be upwards of the 195s by now. Halfway down the super stretch easily.
Well, and this is the kind of strategy we saw in the duels last year for NWP 400. We saw fuel saving be a lot of what people were doing so that they could try and make it to the end, and they've now kind of extrapolated this onto the entire race.
And with 65 laps to go, you haven't had any takers come in and out, but we saw how dicey things can get on pit road. How you get on and off the pit road will make the difference in where you're set up, including if we don't get a caution.
Yeah, and we saw how big of a deal it was when it split up the pack before. If it takes you 20 or so laps into that possible last run or second to last run before a splash and go, I mean, you could kiss your chance at winning this race goodbye.
Absolutely. 65 laps remaining in the Florida 500, the 34th e-ticket event.
Frank Horley officially out of this race in 35th. Furthest he could fall back is 36th.
An unfortunate ending for him.
A lot of hope going into this year and going into this event, and just it didn't work out.
Mubbock, Delgado, Acevedo, Acuna. How about Diego Acuna?
Put together a great showing in the second half of this race. That 40 car has been in the top 10 as much as I can remember since about 100 to go.
You know, we're somewhat closing in on that area where we're going to start talking about green flag pit stops again soon. We did it once earlier this stream and we had to shut it back down because, well, possibly an incident on track. So let's go ahead and sit back, relax, and have you guys spam it, turn it up. Back live from Daytona International Speedway, we sit with 59 laps remaining in the 34th running of an e-ticket event. This is the 2026 4 to 500. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lundberg. Jarrett, it's been an interesting race. Yes, we've had single file for a good bit, but you said it a little bit earlier. Hey, come push, come to shove, these drivers, if they have to race smart, they're going to, including if pit stops are soon to be on the line.
And they're racing really smart for the most part now. About 10 to 12 laps where they have to pit again. And we talked about him earlier. Carlos Struther has just taken the lead, John.
I just cannot believe what I'm watching.
This would be the ultimate comeback of an e-ticket event if he ended up winning. I mean, atrocious is probably putting it gently to the first half of his race.
I just worry about the arrow with that car. That's a lot of damage on the nose of his Toyota Camry.
You see it's like a parachute. He just went like way back, and all of a sudden now those three up top have pretty much passed him. And Malik Ray just got left out to dry. Does he have an opening here? He does.
All right.
In the third spot.
So Carlos Struther leads the Florida 500 after being shunted, shoved, had his wheel disconnect because of his car, shockingly named Carlos. And we now sit halfway towards the exit of the Daytona Superstretch with the 54 at hand.
And we're closing out basically the third quarter of this race. We're about to get to crunch time. 50 to go means we are at the quarter mark, and they're pitting.
Wow.
Wait, did he take a wave around?
He may have.
If he took a wave around, then
lap earlier. At
that point, he'd have to pit probably around 18 to 20 to go to make it to the end.
So, Struther is in. Mubik and Ray sit right here. If a caution came out now, it would be beneficial for the 54 because everyone else would have to come to pit road.
It's still about 10, maybe a little less than 10 laps before you'd probably see a lot of them land rush on. It's going to be really interesting, though, because if they make it through a cycle of green flag pit stops, I mean, we're looking at them having to pit in the last 10 laps of the event. And
2017, here we are.
Do you maybe try and stretch it? If people are stretching it and you can't make it up front, do you maybe pit early and then just go all out? Like that? It's going to be interesting to see as long as it plays out.
There's Malik Ray sitting in second now, behind Braden Mubik. Michael Gregory in the third position, has not had to really make a big enough move. You'll have teammates in Wilkerson, Garza, and Van Drugman back to sixth.
Yeah, Wilkerson been putting together a quietly good race. His race might be quiet. That paint scheme is not. You could see that thing with your eyes closed.
Bingo.
But it's great. It's a great scheme tonight, and we're watching these guys pull up to another lapper. They're going to start seeing more of these guys falling off of that front pack. But the 54, though, I mean, with that damage, then driving alone, I mean, he's a sitting duck at this point.
Yeah, so he's probably going to go back a lap down. Some of these guys are just on that fuel save mode. You question how much he wanted to go up there. How about this? Zach Todrov has been a member of this channel now for 49 months.
Wow.
Saying hello, watching his PBR drivers in Michael Gregory, Jacob Wilkerson, Adam Garza sit third, fourth, and fifth. And with 55 laps to go, it is Braden Mubik going for 4. If he is able to do it, he will time Mosteller. Now, we asked the question a little bit earlier, who's the better driver? 62% have said Daniel Mosteller over Braden Mubik. Do we keep that poll up to the end if Mubik goes to victory lane? Does anyone change their votes at the end?
We'll find out, but again, they're just snaking this thing along. But I'm noticing, John, they're leaving some pretty healthy gaps between each other.
Indeed. I mean, very healthy gaps. I mean, nobody wants to push, no one wants to shove. But you can't expect that golden hour night cooling, right? You're stuck with this ill-handling race car that everyone else is dealing with because they're all the same setup. They all have the same equipment. The difference in equipment comes down to Logitech wheels versus Fanatec wheels versus just how you set up your iRacing system. Everything else is bare bones, dang, back down the middle.
The only difference of the track you're probably going to get by the end, and you're seeing at the end of the grandstands, is you're probably going to get a shadow over the tri-oval. That's about it. Like the shadows are going to get a little bit longer, but I mean, at this point of the race, we've moved at a pretty darn fast pace.
Yeah, that first half was really tough to get past. I felt like it was taking a great big run and then stalling out, and it took a little bit of a while. The second half has moved very swiftly. We still have 53 laps to go. You're kind of getting to that tail end. But you just have to wonder, where's the next move going to come? When is the next move going to come?
It might be pitting. I mean, there's no reason that the front group of drivers, as you see some other guys pit, Drew Jua and Kenny Reel, there's no reason to step out of line. There's no reason to make some kind of shakeup. I honestly would say, if you're within a second and a half, 2 seconds, why make the move? Just don't make a mistake. But that's the thing. What I'm thinking about now is that if we do go green, and we're probably going to have to pit in the next 3 to 5, maybe a little more, maybe a little less laps. Remember how many mistakes and spins go into the pits. And that's the thing. If you spin and you're off the racing surface, that's not a caution.
Right.
And look who they're catching. Now, oh, we got a blank.
That was Malik Ray. We'll keep an eye on it. Carlos Truther, there he is. I believe still on the lead lap.
Nope,
no,
one lap
he's
down.
One down, and he may go to, wow. I think the idea was to fix the damage.
And there goes Kevin Champagne. He's got a good group of cars, and they are going to try and go up to the front.
With Nathan Dew.
This is positioning themselves for when they pit. We saw this happen before in the opening run of the race. This run here is almost 40 laps in, which is right at that fuel window, 38 laps so far. Truther gets out of the way. Nope, no, he's just going back and forth. No, he's not getting out of the way.
Yeah, he can't. If you go 2 laps down, I mean, your race would be...
It's over.
Be done.
Yeah. I mean, because even if he has enough cautions to get wave arounds, at that point, you're going to have to make your way through the pack, who's probably going to be going nuts and having all these other issues. So now, 50 to go, we enter the final quarter of this race. And we might have a fuel lottery.
We might have a fuel lottery indeed.
So look, what I brought up before, John, sorry, the second half is like I'd feel safe. Look at the leaderboard. Look at the intervals. Second and a half is roughly the top 20.
Yep.
That's why they made those moves.
Nathan Dew is leading the Florida 500. Dean Brummett goes to second. That's Chase Crawl in the second spot on your screen, but a lap down and not racing with 50 or so laps to go. Carlos Truther is in between. They have given a cushion to Nate Dew
half a second
between Dean Brummett.
This is the safest half-second lead you could ever get at a super speedway race.
I mean, listen, the Dew crew won the 2024.
Whoa!
Frank Orley.
What was that all about?
Nate Dew won the 2024 LCQ for the NWP 400. He won the 2025 LCQ for the NWP 400. Has over a half a second advantage. They're trying to get him out in front, but the question is why? He should be saving fuel.
22 and 54 together. Hopefully they keep it clean and kind. And green, and the 88's into him. Oh. I don't like the idea of a bunch of lap cars possibly dicing it up as they're approaching what could be green flag pit stops. 22 and 54 have had issues together. You got to wonder, too, I mean, look at that gap that Muvik and that group have given them. They are in hard save mode. This should be the lap that they had pitted on, so you can tell the saving has done a lot of good. So we'll see how much further than lap 49 or so they can make. I mean, could we see guys running out of fuel on the last lap? Could this be the final pit stop?
Oh, man, this is huge. So we're getting an update here. There's a good chance there are extra fuel saving.
Whoa.
A wonder, and who's latched on? Kevin Champagne.
Hold on. Let's see. What's the speed here, John? Can we see the telemetry of the 42 car really quick? I want to see how slow they're going because they are falling fast.
Let's see Kevin Champagne.
185. 179.
Wow.
They are, I mean, look at this. Look at this. They have given up 5 seconds to Nathan Dew.
Nathan Dew has had the biggest lead out of anyone without a pit cycle in this event thus far.
I mean, he has a second on third.
Wow.
Those lap cars are great for him. Is he going to let him by? I mean, now they're finally dicing it up back there, but they're 6 seconds back. You got to wonder, too. I mean, yeah, they could be saving a lot. But how much of a difference is that going to make if you're so far back as well?
Let's go ahead and chime in. We're going to get an update here with our pit reporter in Frank DeAngelis.
Yeah, let's hear.
Diagnosing what's going on. Frank, quick update. What's going on there?
An insane amount of hard saving from some of these guys because I've heard reports from some people they have 5 laps, some people have 7, some might have even 8 or 9. You can make it maybe 40 to 41 if they push it. So it's gonna be on the dot if this goes through today.
Oh boy!
Wow. Well, you heard it there. So who do you watch?
Right? I mean, you got to watch everyone because maybe it's a musical chairs right now. But who's going to pull that chair out first and be like, we need to go, we need to pit, we need to go, we need to do whatever. I mean, if you can make 40 to 41 laps, 2 is in.
So he wasn't going to be able to last long.
Well, he's probably going to have to pit with about 5 to go, splash and go. So now Dean Brummett and Kevin Champagne and Jackson Byes, they're the ones who are the beneficiaries of this. They can go that extra lap longer.
Dean Brummett, 2024 NWP 400 champion. Kevin Champagne, a one hot night winner, was an e-ticket event. Jackson Byes, runner-up in the Indiana 500. And then you got Derek Shaver, Douglas Newbigging. Hard saving goes Braden Mummick. Hard saving goes Malik Ray.
Look at how much it's split too. But
where's the rest of them?
But that's the thing is, if it's so split in every which way, if there's any mistakes entering in and you know somebody will make some mistake, whose race is it going to cost? All right.
Acevedo is in. Xander McKinney is in. They couldn't go the distance. Braden Mummick is in.
So this is with basically 44 to go. They can make it 41, 42.
It's going to be close. They're going to.
But look at how many. Oh, it's going to be close.
There's Derek Shaver. He's now the race leader. Shaver has gone past Brummett, gone past Champagne. Another thing is better, these drivers are listening to the broadcast, right? Frank DeAngelis just spoiled the party for so many others.
Well, that's part of it. We got to know, and these people at home got to know.
Well, if you're enjoying this race, you're enjoying the strategy, drop a like if you haven't already. It's been the more technical Florida 500 than we've ever seen before. And now it's going to be a lottery pick.
It really is. I mean, look how spread out this pack is.
Unless we get a caution. And then it changes back up.
John, I know a lot of people want to see it bunched up, but I'm intrigued by this. I would love to see how much we can get out of this. You see, those are the guys that pit. They might as well just go all out. Make up as much time on the guys saving as possible. If they run out, you are the beneficiary.
Absolutely.
Malik Ray is in. Gregory's in. It looks like both of those having triple zeros across the board.
Brummett. Champagne. Byes is in as well. Here comes the herd behind.
So it's roughly around 42 to go. This is putting it. Oh, Demos! Oh, what a crucial mistake. And was he speeding too?
I don't know. That's the second time William Schmidt has had a whoa moment on a green flag pit stop.
Oh, what a crucial mistake by the 87.
Just not been his day up to this point. Yes, he's led for a portion, and Douglas Newbigging again going to be one of the loudest drivers to try to make a move.
Newbigging, Byram, and Schmidt, they might be in the catbird seat. If they can make it one more lap around this time, they're good to the end. I mean, they should be at least, or at least right on the dot.
Well, let's hear if he's going to run out.
Well, let's see what they do.
They got to be coming.
They're going in. All right, this is going to be, it's going to be razor thin.
I don't know, man. This could be the fight for the race win right here if they go the distance.
Byram has to stay with the 7 of Newbigging. He can't let him get away, because at that point, if he lets him get away, he can fuel save even more. And the 98's going to have to play catch-up, or just hope the 7 runs out, has to back it up a little bit there. That's going to be a slower stop for the 98.
Well, they're going to go 4 tires. They want to fill it up all the way. Kevin Champagne off and away.
All right, 7 up.
We're going to see where they
down
through.
7's out. Where's the 98? He's still on. Byram is going to let him get away here unless he can get some kind of drafting help.
Caution. And it changes everything. Right when it happened. Now the question is, what happened? And we're going to see what exactly occurred. No exact update, at least as this moment. And we're going to hear that apparently Xander McKinney was involved in an incident there with the 66. Looks like a lot of cars coming on lap 159. There's the result of it. Oh, him. Chase Crawl. Bang. Back up across the track. Jeff Perchatsky.
Major wreck.
And the 9 machine of Bryce Benton. Fuel lottery done. And who does this benefit? Douglas Newbigging, Riker Byram, as they were the last ones to cycle out.
Did anybody maybe get stuck a lap down or anything? Who's on the, how many are on the lead lap?
30. So a lot of drivers got it. Oh my goodness, Carlos Struther maybe getting the lucky dog.
Which, oh, he's lucky.
Wow.
But at this point, I think gloves are coming off. I would assume that they're going to all pit here just to be sure.
Right. $5 super chat, Zachary Truel. Great to see him in here. Tucker gets into the 66 of McKinney, and bang.
Oh, very close with 42 getting hit. Bryce Benton, bad luck on that one.
All right, Doug stays out. Riker Byram stays out. They want the track position. Derek Shaver, William Schmidt, Kai Collymore.
We got to think they're going to save under the caution.
Right, Ray's coming in, no doubt about it. If you're towards the back half, you're definitely coming back in. Nathan Dew is in.
Well, and if you pit with 44 or 45 to go, like there's no reason you can't make it.
And I think someone that's seen a lot of this changing has been Dean Brummett. Let's chat with them. Brummett, John Ramos, how kind of wild has this race been, at least on the mental side?
Well, John, when you're trying to save as much fuel as what we were there, it's a little crazy. Up into the back, the front, been in wrecks, a little bit of everything, and it's getting down to the nitty gritty. So you just got to kind of push all that out, reset. Basically, think of running a little sprint race here to the finish.
40 laps to go. At last Florida 500, we went about that much. Do you expect this to go the distance like that last one?
Not at all. I have a lot of faith in a lot of things, but this field going 40 more laps completely green is not one of them.
Question about the car. Has it improved handling-wise?
I don't know if it's so much improved handling-wise, to be 100% honest with you. You've had so much fuel saving, it's kind of hard to get a gauge for what it's doing. I mean, I feel like it's loosened up a little bit over the course of the race, but we're about to find out if that is indeed the case here in just a second.
All right, good luck.
Hey, thank you, sir.
That's Dean Brummett looking for his second E-ticket title. Frank DeAngelis, what can we assess from what just happened there and occurred with the yellow? Frank DeAngelis, John Ramos. And it looks like he may be away, just at least as of this moment. We'll get an update here on Barbagallo. Barbagallo out of the race. What happened?
Oh, you want to know how my pedal got stuck?
Oh my goodness, another mechanical issue?
Yeah.
Wow.
It got stuck around like lap 60. I kept it on track until I had to pit.
Which one?
Earlier, try to...
Brake?
Oh, no, the throttle. That's the reason I was still on the track.
Wow.
I got stuck around like lap 60. It stayed out 85. I pitted, and then it didn't get unstuck. And then I fixed it. It got unstuck. I get back in my seat, and then I shift to first. I go out of the box. Within 5 milliseconds, my engine blows up.
Wow.
Incredible.
All right. Well, we're gonna get ready for a restart here. Good luck.
Good luck to me. Good luck for what?
Because you're rooting for drivers.
I'm rooting for Riker. Riker's gonna win this race. We're there. I like that.
Like to see that as well. Possibility of drivers. We saw some guys really slow here. Were they on pit road? Something may be up. 39 to go. They're showing Douglas Newbigging as the race leader. Where's the pace car? There's the pace car. What's all going on here? Did everyone just get a wave around? I'm so confused. Let's go ahead and chime in with another driver, kind of see what's going on. Let's talk to Daniel Mosteller. Mos, what happened?
What happened?
What's going on? Why is everyone going around the pace car?
I guess because the leaders were on pit road when the yellow came out, it just kind of glitched the session. It's telling me to let the pace car by now, but it's very clearly it's bugged. So I believe we are all passing it and then lining up that way. Because Doug's supposed to go around and...
So is this showing 38 to go for you?
Yeah, I'm on 38 to go right now.
Okay. Wow. that scared me for a moment. I'm like, wait, what the heck just happened?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm confused too, but I got bailed out by that yellow.
Well, race control is going to try to figure this one out. Noah G with the hot pass saying 40 wins the free pass with 40 to go. Could line up very easily, but okay. Kind of a weird situation there, but we're going to get the one to go now. So the rest of the field's coming back around. Have you guys saved enough, or are you guys good to go to the end now?
With this pit stop now, I think we'll be okay. If we went green all the way, I mean, I think we could have been close. But I screwed myself because I sped on pit road on entry. So that yellow, like, actually saved me. Like,
wow.
We talk about that golden horseshoe. I barely made
golden horseshoe.
I barely beat Logan out of pit road, and, you know, I won the lead lap, got a shot maybe.
All right. How about it? Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Wow. Sped on pit road. We saw that all occur. Lights now off the pace car. So who exactly is on the lead lap? They're now showing Bryce Benton a lap down. Carlos Struther got the wave around. Kenny Reels a lap down. David Johnson, Connor Murphy, Jeff Prochatsky's 3 down. McKinney is 4 down. 13 for Krall, 51 for Horley, 76 for Barbagalo, who's out of the race, with Hall, Malone, Finnegan Myers, and Lane Sanders out completely. 37 to go. Doug, Riker Byram, we have a showdown from the northeast to the west side of Texas here on this front row. We're actually put the lights back on because they gave the one to go with cars still going around. We're going to have a restart with 35 laps remaining. Jarrett, thoughts?
I mean, it's a little less than the run we had to the end last year, but I'm kind of with Dean Brumman on this one. I don't think we make it to the end green. It's going to be all out. There's a lot, I would say, less handling. You see a little shade there on the tri-oval. Yep. That's about the most the track is going to change the rest of the way.
I think so. Unless we have caution after caution.
For like an hour?
Something like that.
We've seen weirder.
We have. So we'll get the one to go here. We'll restart with 35 laps to go. Riker Byram, Derek Shaver, William Schmidt, Kai Collymore, Davis Lewis, Adam Garza, Van Drugman, Wilkerson, and Michael Gregory will be the top 10 drivers competing for the final 35 laps of this year's Florida 500. We'll get the one to go.
Yeah, they'll double up eventually, but I think everyone's a little confused, a little rattled, a little bit just needing to get ready to go. There they go. With 35
2 by 2.
The 35 laps left, yeah, it's just all out at this point. You don't need to save. Yeah, I get maybe some saying, well, save for a green-white checker, but at that point, you're probably having the majority of these people pit anyway. And look how the field got shuffled. I mean, Kai Collymore, he's up into the top 10 now. Malik Ray outside of the top 10. Same with Gavin Austin. Champagne outside the top 15. Mosteller, he did speed on entry. And so he's going to have to make his way back up through this pack.
Zachary Trull with the hot pass. Going to sit back and enjoy this. Good luck, drivers.
Here we go.
Doug Newbigging, Riker Byram, William Schmidt, Derek Shaver. And 36 laps to go.
Let's get it going.
How do you look at the final couple laps? And how do we get this one started? William Schmidt, Riker Byram, Douglas Newbigging, Derek Shaver, the Fast Four, back underway from Daytona Beach.
Good restart there by the 7 of Newbigging. He's going to get right in front of the 98. And you're seeing a very disconnected restart that's going to leave that 79 right out to dry.
And it's going to allow Riker Byram to pounce in pursuit. Does it go for the attack? Inside lane, that's the move. Kai Collymore looking to see if he can do it again and win this event for the second year in a row.
Back-to-back is going to take a lot of... Oh, I saw some squirrely ones in there. Back-to-back's going to take a lot of more work, I think, this time when it comes to staying out front, because that is the name of the game. Up to the top side, third line really forming up. You got Kevin Champagne leading the way on that one, but you're starting to get, I wouldn't say gridlock, but it's going to get more difficult to move your way up towards the front. Garza now to the lead.
Big blink out of the 20. Let no. Everyone else continues to falter, continues to foster around him. 3 wide for the race lead. It's Collymore on the bottom.
20 might have to get out of there. Collymore clear. He has the push from Van Drugman. Garza, the leader at the white flag last year, in third. Douglas Newbigging, the beneficiary of the strategy, in fourth.
What is it going to be? Newbigging outside. Champagne looks for a move to the middle.
He's got it. Leads that middle line. Nobody really up there with him, though. And now Van Drugman, he'll have the opportunity. He clears the rest of the pack, as does Lewis.
33 laps to go, and Douglas Newbigging has a shot. He's on the outside with the 40 of Acuna. Kai Collymore couldn't hold off Van Drugman, who jumps to the wayside. Newbigging gets into Drugman. He's in the outside wall.
And they're not saving it this time. Whole pack is involved. A ton of contenders. Mosteller is involved. Champagne is involved.
The big one strikes. 33 to go.
And the 7th caution of the day very well could be one of the most catastrophic for a lot of good contenders. Riker Byram was in it. More and more. And just huge wreck. Shaver, ton of damage on his car.
Unbelievable. And now we sit and wonder who's out of the race. Newbigging on the outside, Van Drugman up the cover, like we saw when it was live.
So the 7 goes down, and he just...
that's a netcode hit.
Yeah. Now watch, I mean, you see the 94 get involved with the 7. There's separate accidents happening at the same time. Malik Ray, some heavy contact, it looks like, on his car.
He should be okay.
Delgado buys, nails the wall there.
You know, I know he's been getting a lot of TV time and saying it. Let's go ahead and ride on board with Nathan, dude. This may be just one heck of a view. Smoke in the air. Hard on the brakes.
He didn't get any damage?
Wow.
Wow.
Reminds me of Danica Patrick, that one Coke Zero in 2014.
She just stopped?
She just stopped on the outside and everyone wrecked around her. Braden Bubbick, what did you see?
So the 87 was in it, so this will be an interesting view.
Right to the grass.
Whoa, he got air.
Man.
Kept it going, though.
Maybe Carlos Truther, who was nowhere near it. And then right on board with Douglas Newbigging.
So he makes the move here.
And then got tagged. Might be okay. Down to third. Caution out, 31 laps to go. Kai Collymore back as the race leader. Dean Brummett, Gavin Austin, Michael Gregory, Nathan Dew, Braden Movick, William Schmidt, Kenny Reel, Malik Ray looks to get back on the racetrack. Anyone out from what we saw? No. At least as of this moment. Van Drugman is in the pits with heavy damage on the right side.
Yeah, Mosteller's in the pits as well. Malik Ray is in the pits. Newbigging, Delgado, Byram.
Georgiou goes up to 14th. David Johnson, there he is. Connor Murphy, haven't seen Hector Collazo in a while. Michael Tucker back out. Actually, iRacing kicked him out. He is now 2 laps down.
So Mosteller and Ray are in there for an extended amount of time in the pit.
Let's go ahead and chat with them.
Yeah, let's see what's up with them.
Closing laps of the 2026 Florida 500 as we figure everything out on what's going on. Let's start with Malik Ray. Ray, John Ramos, you got a copy?
Yo, what's up, man?
How's the damage?
We're good. Only had a minute and some change. We're all right. We're alive.
All righty, good luck. Get an update here on Mosteller. Most John Ramos, update on the damage.
So I had real damage, you know, and usually that's a lot of damage, like 6 or 7 minutes of damage. No pun intended. It was only a minute. I'm very lucky right now. I should be done. I really should be. That's 2, you know, that's 2 of my lives gone. I wonder what's in store for the last 30 laps of this race.
Oh no, you have that cat icon, so what is it, 9 lives?
9 lives, yeah, I got 7 more.
All right, good luck.
I know, thank you.
30 laps to go, we'll have 29 left in this event. Davis Lewis, Kai Collymore, Jeff Acevedo, Abraham Vila. And the thing about some of these drivers is that they're energized because they know what happened last year, right? They didn't get a caution when they wanted a caution, and the next thing you know, all this kind of just blew up in their face.
Look how much smaller this field is, though.
Yeah, including with drivers still on pit road. They did get the 1 to go this time by. So Mosteller, remember, he's coming back out. There he is. Douglas Newbigging would be 20th. He's back there. Malik Ray is on the track. Kevin Champagne. Everett Couch, Carlos Struther's on, Riker Byram, Bryce Benton, Tucker 1 down. He will have to give way for the positioning. We'll try it all again with 30 laps to go. Davis Lewis has driven multiple numbers. Not the first time he's been in the 1. With the 2024 NWP 400, he did that Hawaiian number 1. Throwbacks, if I'm not mistaken, Donnie Allison.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Kai Collymore, though, the leader, coming 29 laps to go with them.
Get on your feet just one more time.
Here we go.
29 laps to go in the Florida 500. Acevedo peeking. Doesn't go to the outside lane just yet. Abraham Vila slotted in tow with Gavin Austin, Jacob Wilkerson. Kai Collymore has a mirror full of machines that are hungry to take the top spot.
Oh, they're bouncing around in the pack behind him. Collymore, though, holding true with the lead. Top 3 are pretty clear.
And then we watch the 23 of Adam Garza.
You got to know he wants to win this thing after leading on the last lap a year ago.
Didn't know if he was going to be in the event this year. Malik Ray may have caught the outside wall, fades back to 19. 28 laps to go in the Florida 500. Can Adam Garza do just one spot better than he did a year ago?
Yeah, in most places that are not Daytona or Talladega, 28 to go, it's go time. You're not having much time left in that race. Not here. There is an eternity left with the amount of moves that you can make. Up front, Collymore still leads with Lewis. Now Garza with the push there. Acevedo to the high side, going for second. Kai's got to make a decision. Top, bottom, he sticks with the bottom line.
He's doing a really good job of it. He jolts back to the bottom in front of Lewis. Kai Collymore won this event a year ago. He's trying to do it again.
He's doing a good job at staying up towards the front. Muffick looking up at the top. Buys has to throw the block. Not going to make it work. They get a little squirrely. They keep it together for the most part. Nobody around. Stays green.
Carlos Struther hit the apron. Nathan Dew as well. Muffick wanted that spot. Buys went to cover and gave him a hip check saying, hey, next time I'm here. And separates the main pack.
Well, that's going to be huge. Now is when you're worried. Now when you're 2 seconds, 3 seconds back, when drafting help might be an issue. That's when you have to worry with 27 to go. Stay in the main pack, I should say. That's the way you'll know that there's still a ton of time left.
Garza on the outside, shoved by Gregory. Shoved by Acevedo. And it is 26 laps to go. You see the stragglers are trying to get in line.
Kevin Champagne might be out of the pack, John. Huge, huge deal there. A lot of these guys that are towards the back of the pack, maybe a second half back. Malik Ray is one of them. They need to be involved. There's a spin in the back, but that's out of the way.
26 to go. Wilkerson on the far side of the speedway. He's locked in, top shelf. That's with Braden Muffick. Locked in now also with Drew Jua, Nathan Dew. They're stuck 3x3, 4 rows deep, outside of the top 3.
It looks like about the top 20 have stuck around in this pack. Garza to the high side. We saw earlier switching across 3 different lanes. Not the smartest move, can lead to disaster. So far, so good. Gregory leading the bottom. Wilkerson sticking to the back of that 23. 2 in the wall. He's falling back.
He is 25 to go. Adam Garza out in front, leading the herd.
Look at these moves some of these guys are making. Muffick, and all of a sudden, he's the one leading that high line.
Collymore in the middle. Muffick now swaps in front of the Ford Mustang.
He's up to 4th.
And that leaves Drew Jew on the farthest most side of the racetrack. 24 laps to go, and Adam Garza continues to lead.
And he's leading pretty darn well. 21 cars in total on the lead lap in this pack. And this is almost a carbon copy of a year ago where they were dicing it up and guys just kept making mistakes and falling out. But this time, they're not going just 1 or 2 wide. They are going 3 wide. You're seeing Drew Jua, Nathan Dew trying to make something work in that high side. They get cut off. Wilkerson, the leader, over Muffick, Collymore, and there's Vila in that Pepsi 24.
Trying to do whatever he can to hold on. Vila moves to the inside. That's with Braden Muffick. Jacob Wilkerson will be in tow as well. Kai Collymore left out the drive, picked up aid, maybe not, because Austin looks for a move on the outside and has to whoa out of the throttle.
Well, and you've seen there's so much of a sitting duck being the leader in this race. Muffick goes to make the move. Nobody goes with them. Now somebody does. That's Garza. He's going to go to the high side with Gregory and Collymore right with him.
Braden Muffick, tip-top club. He's got it up to 31 degrees of banking. Garza goes to second. 3 drivers top end, maybe headed for the bomb shelter. That's Daniel Mosteller and Adam Garza. No, check that. Drew Jua, while the rest continue halfway down the super stretch.
Could be a birthday dream for Braden Muffick. He's up towards the front, but it looks like Garza's going to try and spoil the party. He does. Takes the lead from the latest winner of an e-ticket at Daytona.
Michael Gregory, he can just see it. He can feel it, the foam of the mouth. Trying to win a second e-ticket title, but do you take it away from a teammate with 22 to go?
Buys trying to make the third line work with Malik Ray, not making it work so far. They get bottled up. They're around the 10th position. Gavin Austin in the middle with them 3 wide, 3x3 back there, 2x2 towards the front. Garza with a nose in front of Mavic.
And somehow allowed Malik Ray to get back covered. He's back to 10th.
Lapper.
He's back to 11th. Oh, Michael Gregory gets turned.
He's out of the way.
Off the nose of Jacob Wilkerson. No caution, we stay green.
And that is the price to pay when it comes to the finish of these races. Out of the way, that is not a caution. Mavic now looking for the lead again. Has a push from the 24. High line, getting the numbers all of a sudden. Garza outnumbered.
Everyone glued to the TV screens watching back home. Here's the move by Byes. He goes middle. Garza wanted it. Hesitates. 21 to go from Daytona.
3 wide right up towards the front of this pack. Mavic and Byes have the lead, and here comes Malik Ray all of a sudden to the 3rd position. Superman of today. Don't tug on his cape.
And we talked about it, and we almost thought he was out of the draft. Held on with the lifeline, and the lifeline will come in the aid of Kenny Real, Drew Jua, Malik Ray, just behind Jackson Byes.
And Gavin Austin sticking with them. They're going to leave the 42 out to dry outside the top 5 in a moment. Byes now right in front and on the top side. Way in the back, that's Daniel Mosteller trying to mount a charge.
It is 20 laps to go this time by as they come off turn number 4. Jackson Byes, a bridesmaid in Indianapolis, trying to be king of Daytona. But he's got Malik Ray behind him. David versus Goliath. Does Goliath defeat David this time compared to last?
Well, what about Kenny Real? Spent a good chunk of this race a lap down, has fought his way, clawed his way to the 3rd position. Up top, Mavic trying to make the move on Drew Jua. Can't make it, has to fall back in line. 3, 4 wide in the back of the pack.
They got to make something work here. Jacob Wilkerson threads the needle. Nearly gets into Drew Jua. Nearly gets into Nathan Dew. Now slams the back half of the 24 machine ahead, and Abraham Vila, it's dicey outside the top 6.
43 was a bull in a china shop, and somehow nothing got broke. Up front, still Byes with the lead over Ray. Wilkerson trying to make another move. 3 wide for the 4th position, and the 43 has the push.
Has help. That's a teammate behind him. Also, Dean Brummett will join in. Malik Ray threads the top shelf. He's going to make it work. Help and aid from Jacob Wilkerson, separating Kenny Real to work with Jackson Byes.
Big bump, about even, but that top line's going to have a bit of a run. Lapper on the bottom as they're 3 by 3 towards the middle of this pack.
It's racy, it's on, it's just like how it was for the first 20 or so laps, now with 18 and a half remaining. Lap traffic downstairs, everyone forms line. Might be a tight squeeze for Braden Mavic. Might be a tight squeeze for Abraham.
All right.
They'll somehow make it work off turn 4.
Oh, that was great. And what also is great, this battle for the lead. 18 laps left. Wilkerson has it by a nose. He's got a push from Garza. Down low, Ray with a push from Byes. But Wilkerson clears him. He throws the block.
A buck change in a month ago. Jacob Wilkerson was coming off turn 4 looking to be the winner of the Great American 500. Now he's trying to win at Daytona in the Florida 500. He's blocking both lanes. Jumps to the bottom in front of Ray. Leaves his teammate topside with Dean Brummett.
On that top 2, they have it clear. If Ray wants to make a move, he has every opportunity to. Sticks in line, getting really close. Byes has to bail.
Oh, he almost put Ray in the wall. Switch back to the middle for Malik Ray.
3 wide for the 2nd spot. Byes has the lead. Kai Collymore has battled his way back up. So is Mavic. So is Vila. Side by side for 4. Top 3 get away.
And it's all still with 17 laps remaining. Davis Lewis being choked out on the bottom. He will have help from Gavin Austin as Byes goes wide. Mavic to the lead. 3 wide up the gut.
What a move by Mavic. And now he's got Vila behind him. But it's just, again, back and forth, back and forth. Goes up to the high side. Throws the block. Subway machine cannot make the move. Pepsi can't either. Oh, man, no, he went below the yellow line for a moment.
He didn't just clobber him, he slammed the back half and was aiming for the fence. The top 2, 1-2, Chevy on Chevy blocking away. Look at Jackson Byes with the thread.
Oh, it's a sandwich battle up front between McDonald's and Subway. 1-2 between the 2 of them. Byes looking for some kind of gap. And look at that. There's Real right behind him. He's going to give him the push possibly to the lead. He's got it.
Jackson Byes back up front, and Kenny Real, the Hoosier, sitting catbird halfway down the super stretch.
Oh, top 3 have gotten away. There comes Malik Ray again. He's got a push from Drew Jua, who's back in the fight.
Acevedo back to 9th. Oh, Kenny Real clears on Kai Collymore. What a save by the bottom side of the track.
Oh, they kept it together. 4 wide, sideways, nearly spun out. They keep it going. Buys the beneficiary. He's got the lead. Mubik makes the move for second. Goes underneath Malik Ray, entering turn 1 with 15 laps left.
This is the stuff you like to see on a Friday night, late afternoon in the sim, right before the start of the NASCAR Cup Series season. The first e-ticket of 2026, and with 15 to go, it's still anyone's guess who can win it up inside the top 20.
And now Acevedo jumps into it. Mosteller jumps up 3 wide. He's got to push from Real. Buys keeps the lead up top. Second goes to Mubik. He's got the push now. Does he make the move? He does! Right in front of Ray. Coming to the line with 14 laps left this time by. Braden Mubik takes the lead back.
And he almost tail whipped the rear end of his machine, laid on the giant spoiler, and now hurdles back to the 31 degrees of banking in turns 1 and 2.
Contact, Collymore and Garza. Oh, they got together. They all but wrecked. They wrecked and didn't crash. That's basically what happened. Block by Mubik. Can't make it work on Buys, but he now, the 42 has Ray right up behind him.
If you can't breathe, trust me, we're right with you, holding our breath, watching every move, every second, every millimeter of an inch, the difference between wrecking and making it to the next side of the racetrack. Back to the east end of the speedway. Buys leads, covers Mubik, inside advantage, it's Abraham Vila.
Oh, it can make your heart skip a beat. They're going so close to each other. Buys right next to Vila this time. Vila looking down low, the 24. I don't know if he's led all day, but he is showing up when it matters most. Gets the nose. 3 by 3 by 3 behind the top 8 or so.
And the question is, can they make it back with how aggressive they're racing? Buys the leader. Mubik the second. A blink by Brummett, but deep in the field. Look at Drew Jua, who has been the caboose for most of this race, running right up with the engines up front.
Oh, very close between Ray and Garza. Here comes Davis Lewis. He's jumped into it in the 1 car. I mean, you can just see how close, how aggressive this bump drafting is. They keep it together for now, though. Mubik leads, 12 to go.
And you hold on for whatever is left. Can you put your final muscle into the final 12 laps? Lewis is 8th. Dew is up to 9th. Austin back to 13th. Some struggling in that.
There they go.
There goes Real. There goes the 28 machine as well. Jeff Acevedo, the caution will wave.
Oh, they just couldn't make it work. They couldn't make it work. 12 laps longer. Oh, my Lord. Take a breath.
Oh, man. Kai Collymore is in it. And this gives an opportunity to Michael Gregory, David Johnson, Van Drugman, who are cheering inside the car.
Braden Mubik has the lead, and we're assuming nobody's going to pit up towards the front, so he'll be leading this race with under 10 laps to go when they go back green.
This race, can you believe it?
It might be a good thing that there's a caution. I need a moment to breathe.
I couldn't breathe. I mean, I was just stuck. I mean, just look how they were racing.
I mean, some of these moves, I don't know how they lasted this long.
And that, you know what, that's just tight racing. What can you do? No one's lifting.
Man, that's probably all she wrote for the defending winner of the Florida 500, Kai Collymore.
I gotta ask the viewers, are you guys entertained? Because I know I am.
You entertained? Seriously, you gotta ask? You're not entertained. I don't know what you're watching.
Well, if you are entertained, feel free to drop a like on the stream. Helps us out a ton. We know we got more e-tickets coming this year. And the energy and the impact that you're currently seeing, it will be back for Talladega. It will be back for Indianapolis. I'm telling you, keep that notification bell on. You want to be a part of this great field? Join the Discord, link below. Eric W. has linked the Discord multiple times. And Jarrett, we got 11 laps to go. Who do we chat with? Who do we think could be in an interesting position right now. I'd say William Schmidt. He's going to be right where he needs to be. Schmidt, John Ramos, you got a copy.
Yes, sir. I gotcha. How
What are you thinking right now?
Man, I don't know what I'm thinking. I hope that I can get up to the front, but man, it's difficult. It's really difficult. I was trying an entire run to get any lane I could work in, and I just couldn't.
Wow.
But I mean, regardless, I'm happy I'm up here. I'm not wrecked for once in this event. That's nice. I might get finished better than 30th this time. So, yeah, I mean, as long as I can outlast the rest of these guys, because I feel like, you know, this is going to be the last yellow, I feel like. So, as long as I can outlast them, position myself right, I feel like I can definitely be up there at the end.
All right, well, we'll continue to monitor. I mean, with 12 laps to go, I mean, now 10 laps to go, you're really stuck with what you got, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a little difficult to get the Chainsaw Man whip out of P15, but I'll try.
All right, good luck.
Yep, thank you, man.
So we'll sit, wait, monitor. This is what we got right here. With who is working, who is wondering. Sun mostly setting, and by most I mean we're now in the late afternoon portion of this race. It is 10 laps to go. You got to roll with what you got, all right? Right? You're going to roll with the punches. Whoever's left running is left running at the end of this thing.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is if you're like maybe Brummett on back, maybe Byram on back, maybe you pit and get fuel, especially if you're maybe, I'd say like 16th or so on back. Like, get fuel, they go green, white, checker, then all of a sudden you get to leapfrog a bunch of guys that are going to have to pit because they'll be right up on that window.
Right.
Though they'll be able to save under the caution too. So, but no, I mean, if you're in the top 10, honestly, top 15, you just got to keep your stuff where it's at.
All right, now we got to ask the viewers. We asked earlier, do we see an overtime finish?
It's a lot more likely now than it was a few laps ago.
9 to go. Lights off on top of the pace car. This is going to be fun.
So we're going to go back green with 8 laps to go. Muvik is going to have Malik Ray behind him. Baez is going to have Vila behind him.
Oh, man.
Clash of the Titans up front.
9 to go, and Baez has just been on a new one, right? I mean, how he has been able to perform, how he's been able to work. Malik Ray, Abraham Vila.
Nothing short of incredible out of him tonight.
No, I mean, insane work for what we've seen. And we all sit, we all wonder how this is going to roll. So the lights are off on top of the pace car. Nine to go. Will be 8 to go. Jackson Baez, Braden Muvik, Malik Ray, can't count them out, obviously. Adam Garza, Drew Jua, Nathan Dew, Dean Brummett.
How about Wilkerson? Right up in that third row, man. Right. He's been hungry.
Nine remaining. What to see, what to feel here for this finish. Lights off, Braden Muvik, Jackson Baez. Here we go. Muvik, Baez, Ray, Vila. 8 to go from Daytona. No generation from the outside lane. Still racing halfway down the super stretch.
They got Muvik right up towards the front now. He is right in front of Ray.
Watching, separating. No big switch just yet. Malik Ray on the inside part of the racetrack.
Double wide, right next to each other. And Ray has the lead again, 3x3, all through the pack again.
Virgil slam outside.
There they go.
In the caution wave. Blinking for RN. Oh, the wildness took place. Unbelievable stuff. And now the question is, what's next?
Might be a blessing in disguise, making sure the blinking stopped.
At least on our end, no issues for us at all. Throughout all the speed weeks, throughout everything. But everyone does run into issues at some point.
It happens.
And we're running to ours now.
So Malik Ray with the lead. And if we don't go green, white, checker, we're going to be right up against that line.
We are. And it's going to be interesting to see how that works. So this is what we're going to do. We know there's a good chance we're going to be green, white, checkered, and we're not going to go ahead and screw that finish up. So we're going to bring it back to us in just a moment to make sure our system can take the final couple of laps. How is everyone doing? Just making sure everything is good on our end. Yeah, no issues. I mean, I'm not worried about what happened. I mean, we definitely had no issues up until this moment. Wow. I mean, it seems like right when everything seems like it's about to be right when it needs to be, good to go to the end, boom, something goes amiss. And for that, Jarrett, we sit here with a couple laps to go and question what's next.
Blessing in disguise, because you'll see us, but it's just going to be normal caution, running caution laps. We're going to get that green flag finish in. We're going to see how it goes. We're going to have it set up, but I mean, it's been absolutely insane. I mean, you look at the guys up towards the front, Vila, Ray, Mavic, Drew Jula, Lewis, I mean, just shuffling up that top 5, top 10. And it's been absolutely insane. That run before the last 2 cautions here, probably the best racing we've had in an e-ticket in a long time. I mean, just the aggression that they showed, and we still got at least 2 to 3 laps more of that we're going to show you in just a bit. I mean,
yeah, and we're going to get there in just a matter of moments. We know this kind of just came out of nowhere, obviously. It was kind of weird how it just came in the last couple of laps.
Yeah.
Right, and it seems to be now a new theme of things happening kind of just randomly in the last couple laps without any issues before. So we'll continue to go ahead and watch. We're seeing how things are going, at least our end. So far, it's been a great Florida 500.
Yeah, it's been really competitive. Might not have the same feel as last year's, but I don't know about you. I feel like it feels like that 23, 24
it does.
Florida 500 feel.
It really does, and that's what we're really excited about because we know things are going to be, they're moving in the right direction with kind of how things are. And the new question is, right, how do we go ahead and get to the finish? We know we're not going to worry about the finish being, we're going to see the finish. We're not worried about that. It's just more or less possibly an overload of the system or something going on behind the scenes. Not exactly sure, but they do know the yellow is out. They're holding on to it. We're gonna get ready.
We're gonna have a green white checkered.
We're gonna have a green white checkered. So we're gonna know we're gonna finish this race with you guys seeing us in the booth, at least for now, before we head back into some. Maybe Drew Jewis Paint Scheme will show up this time.
Hey, yeah, we'll have a whole bunch of new fun things to see. But it's crazy. I'm watching all the stuff John's doing behind the scenes. I'm like, jeez.
Yeah.
Wow.
My eyes can move.
Yeah, that's insane. But getting ready to go back and jump on into it here. Let us know in chat, who do you got to win this race? Because there are some pretty darn good drivers in it. Let us know, who is your pick to win the Florida 500 with a green-white checker left?
It's going to be a green-white checkered. And it's going to be the best of the best going at it right when it matters the most.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. I'm excited. I would
wait for it. We are ready to go. You see the smile on my face knowing that just in case something was ready, there's about now 8 things we can do.
Yeah.
Just we don't know how this happens because it never happens in Night in America. It only happens for certain e-tickets, which
only
is
happens for the
weird.
Yeah, it only happens for the big e-tickets, you know.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, we know we're ready to go. We got a great crowd at hand. You guys are getting ready to watch it. We'll have to go and let the admins know, delay, so we can go ahead and get this thing going. But man, this is
It's not guesstimating. I'm just wondering if they can make it 2 laps. Because we've seen the aggression they have. We've seen the moves they're making. I'm wondering if this isn't the first green-white checker that we see tonight.
Right.
So we'll find out.
We're going to see. So we're going to go ahead and work our way getting back in there. That's the big thing. Waiting and seeing how things go at the end of the day. But nonetheless, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this goes down.
Same.
Any picks now for the final kind of last?
I'm seeing a lot of people that are going full on, like I see a lot of people who are going full on Demos on there. Some saying that the, on our end might be a little issue, but.
No, we look pretty good over here, at least for maintenance. So we're seeing, we have our performance window open. And we'll see, because right now we haven't had any issues beforehand. And, no, it says that we're online. So that's the interesting thing. It says we're online. We haven't had any underlining issues, unless something's going on with NES.
Shocker.
Or something's going on with the Wi-Fi. For the ones that don't know, we're in a colder area currently right now where things are struggling. But we're going to go ahead and get this finished. We're going to get this finished live. We're going to see how it goes down right when it matters the most.
If it helps on my end, I turned off the Wi-Fi on my phone.
Yeah, I turned the Wi-Fi off on my phone too.
I'm just absolutely impressed with just how much, though, these guys have been able to make work without wrecking beforehand. I mean, just some of the moves, top to bottom, elevator drop, and maybe an inch between those cars.
Yeah, so for the ones that are wondering, we prepare for this stuff pretty extensively.
Yeah.
We do a lot of testing and stuff like that. We know that there's a little bit of a stream delay, kind of working nearly midnight on the East Coast, as we saw. Well, you guys can hear the cars in the background, so they're currently still having the caution lights on. We're going to give it a second for everything to load in as of this moment, making sure the frame rate is where it needs to be before we can go ahead and start again. And it looks like, wow, I didn't have to go ahead and update Trading Paints. It did it on its own. So Trading Paints loading onto the cars currently as we speak. If there is an underlining issue, we'll have the overlays turned off right at the finish. We've done that before with the NWP 400. We are ready to rock and roll in just a matter of moments. So we should go the one to go green this time by. Wi-Fi has been turned off on all platforms but this one currently.
Yep.
So we're good to go. But for the ones that don't know, we're in an area that was heavily impacted by
I just realized if they didn't pit and green-white checker.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Malik Ray is running it right on the apron. He'll be on the front row.
And Drew has his paint scheme on.
Hey! Miracles do come true.
Miracles do come true. All right, let's go ahead and see. I don't want to like the term cross my fingers, but we're going to cross. There'll be a natural blink out for the ones that are kind of seeing it. They'll come back online. We'll get the overlays back going. We'll see how that turns out as the overlays, yeah, they had an error as well. So it could have been an overlay crash. It could have been an iRacing thing possibly. It could have been NES. And that's the thing. In the sim world, you just don't know. Just like every driver, you don't know how it's going to go. We should get the one to go this time.
All right. It's basically like just restarting it on the end of the stream. So we should be good because usually when we jump back in, we're good to go.
Yeah.
And look at this field, how much smaller it's gotten.
You're guaranteed X amount of time before something could go wrong again. I'm pretty confident.
So let's just not have, like, 5 green-white checker finishes.
I agree. You know what? That would be a great idea. And there you go. Overlays are on. We are in the best position possible. So we're going to go ahead and get the one to go this time by Malik Ray. I guarantee you he's screaming, no more. No more. Let it run. Let it run. Braden Movick, Malik Ray, and we are officially in the overtime position.
All right, here we go.
Just in case. Broke the fourth wall. You saw it.
Yep. Couple laps to determine it all.
Everyone watching back at home, For the ones that stuck around, thank you so much. Overtime finish at Daytona.
Top 19 on the track. There comes Real in 20th. So about 20 or so cars in the pack to finish off this race. Lead lap. Mavic, Ray, Jua, Lewis, Byram. That is your top 5. That Everett Couts, Johnson, Austin, Schmidt, and Truther. Somehow Carlos Truther is still in contention in this race.
That one. Now we're going to have to worry about fuel, right? That's the big thing. One car's paint schemes did not load it in. 2, 4, 6, 7. That may have been Everett Couts. No, may have been Gavin Austin's machine. We'll keep that in mind. This is what we run with. 2 laps to go in the Florida 500. Overtime attempt number 1.
Ray gets the jump with Drew Jua second, Mavic in third.
Riker Byram, Davis Lewis, Gavin Austin. Schmidt, Counts, Hector Collazo, David Johnson, Bryce Benton. Carlos Truther back in 12th. If you gotta go, you gotta go now.
Down the super stretch now. There's Mavic making a move. He's got it, but the top 2 go out to block. Down low, Byram has no help at all. Top line gets all the numbers.
Malik Ray is thundering back to turns 3 and 4. Drew Jua all over him. If they make it to the tri-oval, this race is going to be official. They're going to do it. Salamanca, 1 to go from Daytona.
2 years ago, Drew Jua led the white flag. He ended up finishing second. This time, the roles reversed. When does he make the move on Malik Ray? Does Mavic go with? Does Austin go with? Or does the bottom get the run?
He's trying, he's looking, he's peeking. The super stretch will be like the Stark Exchange. Buy now, sell later. Drew Jua sits with Malik Ray.
Lewis not getting the biggest run yet. Jua can make the move. Mavic does instead. Down to the bottom. They're jostling. Crash towards the back. They save it. They keep it together.
Malik Ray mirror driving, trying to keep them at bay. The big one strikes. Here they come. Checkered flag waving. Malik Ray gets tagged once, twice, sideways at the line. Davis Lewis. No, Malik Ray steals it in a barn burner to win the Florida 500.
Wow.
Can't you believe it? Malik Ray, a 2-time heat ticket champion. Was it worth the wait? Drew Jua comes home third. Davis Lewis comes home second. Braden Mavic in a shower of sparks in fifth. And Malik Ray on top of the sim racing world.
0.06 seconds the gap.
What just happened?
A lot of crazy.
It looked like Lewis, then it looked like Ray. When it came down to it, Malik Ray walks it again. Pushing, shoving, shunting.
Chat calling something for DQ.
We review every finish naturally.
Yep.
How on earth did that all happen? Mavic versus Ray. Mavic down into Lewis. Ray up into Mavic. There's Riker Byram just trying to hold on.
Oh man, that's
borderline.
Yeah.
We'll let them review.
Should we watch Malik's in-car?
Yeah, we're gonna watch the in-car. Oh, no.
Because it might end up being Lewis that gets the win if it's...
We've made it very clear before that we can take wins away.
Yes.
This is nothing new. We're not going to have a whole wait for hours to make a decision. It's going to happen.
You will know by the time the stream signs off. All right, so here's where they all start getting squirrely to start.
I don't know. The thing is,
saving it.
I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. I'm gonna be honest. We can have this hard debate. We're gonna let them make it, and they're saying because watch the in-car again, and how much is going on. I don't think he pointed down towards. Lewis.
I mean, I'm seeing it on my end where it stops and then goes left real quick. Stops, goes left. I mean, it's bang, bang, but I mean, so was Austin Dillon. I mean, we are leaving it up to the...
They are reviewing it under official review after everyone saw that.
Yeah. We'll see.
I don't know. Because the thing is, a lot of people don't agree with my statement. That are in the
well, that's the thing. It could just as easy be a save. It could just, you know, it's so bang bang. That's I think where a lot of people are taking issue
about it. It's not like
like we can look at it in slow motion and it'll make it look worse because it's slow motion. And they're looking at it. That's up to them. I mean, yeah, you gotta say.
Well, that's the thing. But we saw the in-car view, so like.
That's not me making it.
He was there.
That's not me making the decision.
And the thing is, we're seeing it from the TV cameras, right? The car sits, it plants, and then it looks like. If it hooked left while it's still sliding, I mean, you can't call it anyway.
We'll let them decide.
The car, in my opinion, too.
We'll let the...
And I don't like glorified drama.
We'll let the admins decide.
We'll just continue on. Let's look at this big one, too. Oh, my gosh. How about Nate 2 with the top 6, by the way? Braden Lovick and fifth. And as in pure Enter Night in America e-ticket fashion, the live chat is moving.
That is the case.
All opinions, very much welcome in this case.
For those wondering, it is okay to be below the line. You just can't go up and cause a caution doing so or a crash.
Well, we're getting other messages too from the drivers just saying, hey, Davis Lewis wrecked us all, right? And that's how they're seeing it too, because he could take away Malik Ray's what happened to Davis Lewis after, and that's a massive point that is being made too at the same time. Watch the one. Don't watch the other one. Let's watch the one here. How does Lewis get through this? I'm sorry. I mean, personally, I told myself I'll let the admins make this decision.
Yeah, we told them.
In my opinion, away from the 01, because watch the one car here. Boom! Shoves right through Movic. Goes up. Well, Movic came.
Movic got into him too. I honestly think all of them got into each other.
I think they just all went ahead and just started wailing on each other.
Then
look at True 2 in the grass.
He went through the grass.
True 2 ducks to the grass. So what, Riker Byram wins the race?
Is Riker Byram the only innocent one?
Exactly. I'm going to say it right here. We'll won the victory lane. I don't want to wait too long.
We'll leave. Hey, we got a text back from him, so they'll leave the official decision to that.
Not on purpose. Call him. He won. Yeah.
All right, so he won.
And you can't take it away when it's that high and mighty. Malik Ray, victory lane. There's too much going on, and for us, we can replay it a million times over. Yeah. In the moment, how many?
That's what we have.
Happened that way.
It's what we have admins for.
Exactly, and that's great because I can say my opinion.
I can say mine, and it don't matter. It's what they think.
Oh, won the victory. Yeah, and everyone's now saying, oh wait, yeah, that's right. Davis Lewis kind of just started the bonfire. I love sim racing. It's great, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see what we got.
But you know what's good? We review every fish. We review Ben White, Tailgate 400. We review Kai Collymore. We reviewed every single fish for that big reason, because when you guys go to sleep tonight, you will know the winner before the stream ends at the end of the day. Let's go ahead and get Malik in victory lane. Malik Ray, John Ramos, congratulations on the win.
Huh?
Congratulations on the win.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to listen back on that live show. They must have been watching, going, no, he didn't know it until we said it.
I was dying, man. I was dying that down the out of turn 4. I was dying from the time off the turn up until we got to the start finish line. I was dying.
Yeah.
Everybody was bouncing off me. Like I tried my best to save it, and unfortunately, I came down and hooked Davis. But that was not my intention, man. I had been dying for 10 seconds before I even hit him.
So walk us through final laps, including those final 300 yards.
Honestly, out of turn 4, I got a tad bit sideways because Braden was pushing, and he was getting pushed from behind too. And then I don't know how I got hooked. Because I was on the yellow line, and then Braden comes down into me and hooks me, and then I'm still trying to save it. I'm still loose. I'm still trying to not hit Davis. I then get full throttled by another car, and then I bounce off of Braden, and then I'm still in the process of saving it. And then once I get the car like somewhat corralled, I come down into Davis, and then unfortunately I hook him before the start finish line. But I mean, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do in that scenario. I mean, I don't think that
You should see our live chat, by the way. It is moving. I hate to cut you off in the middle of your speaking, but we're just looking at this. In those last moments, I mean, we saw the in-car, and that's how you see it. You're not seeing this in third person, right? You're not seeing this from a TV broadcast. You get hit from behind. You're trying to save it. Why are your inputs that way as well?
Because I'm just turning the wheel as fast as I can, and I'm not running 900. I'm running 210 degrees, so it helps me in scenarios of where, like, if I'm getting pinballed around like that, it still like allows me to have somewhat control over the car. Versus if I was on 900, I mean, I wouldn't have made it that far if I was on 900. So like 210, even though like it doesn't give me all control, it gives me enough control to like at least try to like keep my car like somewhat straight when I'm being smacked from left and right. And from behind.
Is it ever an e-ticket without any type of drama on a super speedway?
Absolutely not, man.
It was interesting. What do you want to say to the viewers back at home?
I appreciate y'all watching, man. I enjoyed the race, and shout out to Drew too. I appreciate him for his help, because if it was not for him, I would have not been in that scenario. So I appreciate Drew for his help.
Congratulations on the win.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Malik Ray was the first one to the line and has won the Florida 500. We'll drag him into... You're live, right? No, we're not dragging you to the mosh pit.
Yeah, I'm live. Please don't drag me over there.
We're going to go ahead and drag Davis Lewis at least for a moment and hear what he's got to say. And, listen, sometimes when you get right like that, you become the fan favorite heading into Alabama 500 maybe, and a big super studio that we expect Lewis back. Lewis, what did you think of the finish?
Look, bro, I don't want to start anything. Everybody's agreeing. There's only like a couple guys who says he didn't, but it's clear as day. Watch his Twitch stream, watch his in-car. He wrecked me. I don't know. It's sad that a Coke Series driver has to wreck a guy named Davis Lewis who never races. He has to right hook a guy to win, bro. He's a Coke driver wrecking guys like that. I don't know, bro. I don't know what the officiating's looking at, but he obviously wrecked me for it.
So what did you see from your point of view?
Honestly, at the time, I was just holding like between the grass and the double yellow, because after like the contact with Mavic off of 4, I thought we were all gonna wreck, so I went low to avoid the wreck. And the next thing I know, I'm spinning. I had no clue what happened, but in my Discord call, they were saying I just got right hooked for the win. I watched the replay back, and yeah, it's obvious. I mean, everybody's saying, or majority are saying that he right hooked me, and that it should be my win, but it's whatever the officiating decides. But I don't agree at all. I do not agree.
What do you want to say to the viewers that are defending you?
I mean, they know racing, bro. They know. They know how this shit works, bro. Sorry for the cussing, but I don't know, bro. Like, I just got stripped out of a win, bro. Coke Series driver has to right hook me, bro. How?
Davis Lewis, P2 in this event. We're going to go ahead and grab that of Drew Jua. Kind of hear what Drew has to say. I'm looking at the mosh pit right now. Everyone's got, from the race, their POV open. So everyone's got their opinion. Drew, what's your opinion on the matter?
I mean, it's just a racing deal, man. I know that Malik, like, hit him, but I don't know, man. Everybody's going for the win there. Malik got hit by, I think, 3 or 4 people.
I was just happy to get through the wreck, bro. I've been so close in these races so many times, but you know, finally getting some sort of a payout, especially after what happened 2 years ago now. Put myself with a chance to win. Just didn't get the pushes in 3 and 4. I think Gavin was coming with the push and got tangled up and didn't get the mow that Malik and I needed, but Malik was able to end up getting the win.
Indeed. For the ones that are wanting that coming in, we did review it. We reviewed it very heavy. And it just shows, Jarrett, how important this is. Drew Jua gets paid for finishing 3rd. Davis Lewis gets paid for finishing 2nd. Malik Ray gets paid for finishing 1st. Riker Byron, Brandon Mulvey, I guarantee you feel a little bit more upset of the matter. They were so close to getting it. But for you getting some type of purse, I mean, pretty special for that.
Yeah, I mean, normally it's just all for the winner, you know, the top 2. But being able to finally, you know, do something. I feel like I've had a kind of a dry spout since the Florida 500, 2024. Had a chance in Indy last year, didn't really go my way. Just need a little bit more. I felt if I was close to Malik coming off of 4, with the help from Gavin, if they didn't kind of wreck, I would have been able to do something. But you know, Malik had to go down and block, and I was kind of left to fight for my own. I'm not gonna lie, I was glad that they were just waiting for the top 4 to wreck. But sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. But I mean, regardless, it's a pretty good race. Came back from a lot of adversity. I think I went down 2 laps, had I think 5 minutes of damage at one point. Oh, and I joined the race 5 minutes before, and all of my buttons reset. Every single one. It was just a mess.
Everyone had a problem tonight.
Yeah, exactly. I was
Wow.
just, you know, we were able to come back and put ourselves in a chance to win, and came up a little bit close, a little bit short, but we were, you know, really close.
Congratulations, P3.
Appreciate it.
And that is Drew Jua. Oh, this is my favorite part. Now we can discuss our opinions. Oh, yes. And you know what? I'm actually very happy the live chat is in a disagreement, because what does it create? Talk. What creates talk? Discussion. Right now, the live chat seems more in favor of Malik Ray losing the win, right? Then we put a poll up, and it looks like most believe, yes, the 0-1 dirty, and no, the 1 caused it. And it's a majority, but a small majority. So it's almost about 50-50 split to think about how many people are watching at the finish versus how many that voted. So where does the line kind of sit here? And for me personally, for the ones that watch NR9 in America all the time, the e-tickets, you know, if it is something like that, it's close. And we have made it before. We can discuss finishes. There's times where we review things that we were like, did you really need to review that, right? The Dylan Basin, Jacob Wilkerson situation. People were saying, no. Basin absolutely wrecked them. We reviewed it. The admins have the better cameras than we do. They can go into every little moment. They have telemetry that we can't show on stream because of the continuity we hold. They are able to get a better judgment than us, than just TV cameras like in person. They're able to go in, check camera views that we don't show on the broadcast, and really get an idea. How I know this is the admins were first in favor of, oh, absolutely, disqualify the 0-1. I said, review it again. Listen to the drivers that are involved. Review it again. And then it went, it's actually kind of close. We all went to cockpit and we all watched the in-person moment. That split-second decision you guys have to make. You watch it from Malik Ray's view. Does he know Davis Lewis is down there? We could probably watch his Twitch stream to find out. Wow, amazing. He's about to get a bunch of new followers, or lack of, after this race. But Jared, I have to say this, in that moment, a lot of things are going around. You sat around because of our performance issues. Everyone had performance issues tonight. You're going for it. All you know in that moment is Lewis shoved Mubbick. Now we know Mubbick came down to Lewis off of turn 4, so the discussion is going to be heavy. I personally think Lewis is, do I dare say, overreacting?
I mean, he's upset about losing the race, so even, you know, no matter what the call was, like, I'm not going to put that against him. I'll just say it was very bang, and that's what makes it really tough, I think, for a lot of the admins, and why, because I think if it was he stopped and you could count from the racing a split second or even 2 and then crash him, that's an immediate DQ. But it's the fact that it was a split second and then he goes down. I will say, though, it is right on that line.
Yeah.
Right? And if there's any better evidence, they would be pushing it over that line. Because it looked like that first look or two that he did have it saved. And then went down right at the end.
And the interesting thing is, it's when there's a finish, you got to have enough evidence to overturn something, right? So Lewis didn't cross the line first.
It has to be overwhelming evidence. And that was what we said too. Is that we will leave it as a ball and strike call to the admins.
And here's another thing too. Let's go ahead and give everyone an opportunity for their own opinion. Malik Ray said he didn't wreck him on purpose. Davis Lewis was very upset. He was the unfortunate bad end of the stick of the situation, and Drew Jua comes to the aid of Malik Ray. And maybe saying, oh, okay, well, out of the top three finishers, yes, 2 agreed that it was fair. Yeah, but Drew Jua also worked with Malik Ray most of the race as well, or would have if he wasn't lapped down. So you can play that. We could
ask Riker Byram.
We asked Braden Movick. He says it's more on Lewis. Riker Byram's the only one that we didn't hear the answer from. I like the idea of asking what Riker possibly at the end as well, but at the end of the day, the decision is set. You're going to sleep tonight whether you agree with it or you disagree with it. We're not going on Twitter saying that there's a different answer.
No, I mean, it's not going to change at this point. It's just, I will say, I don't think that the one necessarily caused as much as a lot of, maybe people were saying through here, because a lot of the contact that caused it's between the 42 and the 01 just getting together as a racing deal. I don't see how the one did something right there. He got underneath them. I mean, he went up a little bit, but the 42 went down. It's a bang deal again. And then on top of that, even if you were to take it from both of them and people would talk about 38, he willingly went to the grass.
And you maybe say Malik Ray sits here, but you ever try to save a car? And how many times have we seen in NASCAR where a car is it's saved and that driver's still reacting like it's not? And that's the thing too. Malik Ray is pointed to the outside wall. You can make whatever decision you want, your opinion. We love your opinions. You can make it in the Discord. The mosh pit's gonna be beautiful tonight, as it is for every Florida 500.
I'm glad I'm gonna have that Busch Light apple.
So at the end of the day, we can guarantee this: Malik Ray is the winner of the event. If you disagree with it, Malik Ray and Davis Lewis will be racing the Alabama 500 when we get the opportunity to put a date out. Keep an eye out for it. This is sim racing. This is how it ended, and the best part about it, it's not scripted. We didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know that we were going to have to wait for the overtime finish. We thought we were going to have a fuel lottery at the end. Nonetheless, there was an official result. Let's take a look at it. Malik Ray, a 2-time e-ticket champion. He wins the Florida 500. Davis Lewis, Drew Jua, Riker Byram, Braden Movick, Nathan Dew, the top 6. Dean Brumman, Kevin Champagne, Douglas Dubiggy, and Michael Gregory end out as the top 10.
Yeah, Baez, Johnson, Delgado, Austin, Couts, the top 15. Bryce Benton in 16th. I believe somebody left before they could get scored for 17th. So 18th is Daniel Mosteller, then William Schmidt, Collazo, the top 20, and Carlos Truther in 21st.
Carlos Truther, what a great honestly, I know he's out of the race, but could have been so much
or they just scored it wrong. And
I think it was actually 20. It may have been a scoring error, but Kenny Reel, Connor Murphy, Michael Tucker, Abraham Vila, Adam Garza, Jacob Wilkerson, Jeff Acevedo, Chase Crawl, Kai Collymore, and Van Drugman end up as the top 30. The final 10 positions.
Shaver, Acuna, McKinney, Perchatsky, and Horley, the top 35, the last ones in the race. Then all these guys had trouble. Barbagallo in 36th, Hall 37th, Malone 38th, Finnegan Myers 39th, Lane Sanders 40th, last in this race.
Wow. Interesting result indeed. Nonetheless, it was a great show. If you have your opinions, continue to voice it, whether on social media or in the Discord. It's going to be fun to see how the rest of the things go nonetheless. Malik Ray is your champion of the Florida 500, the 34th e-ticket event. Push came to shove. All eyes are on the big one. And then the final couple of drivers head into the line. Nonetheless, we'll see you once again for an e-ticket event. I'm John Ramos, the voice of NR, saying so long. We hope to see you all very soon. Alongside Jarrett Lumberg, this has been, once again, an NR Night in America e-ticket title.